Good day. Welcome to ADBI virtual workshop on effective greenhouse gas emission control policies. According to some statistics, net emission of greenhouse gases from human activities increased worldwide by 43% during the 25-year period from 1990 to 2015. And the carbon dioxide emission increased by 51% over the same period. To mitigate the devastating global warming, carbon taxes, emission trading schemes, and some other measures or policy tools have been considered and adopted. Their effectiveness, however, may be limited due to various factors, including the energy price and the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, some studies report negative impact of these measures on economic growth when developing economies in the Asia-Pacific region regard economic growth, especially rapid and rigorous economic recovery, as a central policy goal. Against this background, ADBI collected papers through an open call for papers and requested an excellent set of reviewers to select 12 papers. The selected papers will be presented and discussed during this workshop and considered for publication in the special issue of a journal or an edited book, as well as ADBI working paper series. I'd like to thank these selection committee members, Ms. Zulfia Suleymanova, Member of Parliament, Mejlis of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Alfred Banyo Lee, Senior Energy Specialist, ADB, and my colleagues at ADBI, Peter Morgan, Dina Azgarieva, and Ranjita Mishra. Thank you also to the keynote speakers, Mr. Justin Wu, Head of Asia Pacific, Bloomberg MEF, Professor Akihisa Mori, Graduate School of Global Environmental Studies, Kyoto University, Mr. Utpal Bhattacharjee, Energy Climate Change Mitigation and Public-Private Partnership Expert Consultant, UNSCAP, and the authors and the presenters of the selected papers. And last but not least, those speakers from government, international organizations, and industries who will share their insights based on their practical experiences. Thank you as well, the audience, for your interest in this important issue and for taking the time to join us. I'm pleased that this workshop is timely because it is taking place about 2 months before the 26th UN Climate Change Conference of the Parties, or COP26, which is expected to bring parties together to accelerate action toward the goal of the Paris Agreement and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. In conclusion, I wish you all very fruitful discussion over the 3 days, providing a background input for COP26. Thank you very much for your attention. Back to you, Dina.
Dean Sanobi, thank you very much for providing excellent opening remarks. Let's continue. I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Justin Wu. He is Head of Asia Pacific at Bloomberg New Energy Finance, BNEF for short. Justin is in charge of all BNEF business activities in the region, which includes leading the team who are in charge of producing and communicating research and analysis on some of the fastest growing energy markets. Justin Wu, please.
Thank you very much, Dina, and thank you, Professor Sanobi, for your opening remarks. Really an honor for me to be invited as a keynote speaker to open this all-important workshop on greenhouse gas emission control policies. So I really want to thank the Asian Development Bank Institute for this kind invitation. If you give me one moment, please, I will just share my screen and we will start the presentation. Okay, great. So thank you very much again for inviting me. And I'd like to say a few words from the beginning. If we all sort of think back the last year and a half, many of us will probably be talking about the pandemic being the biggest news story that's on everybody's minds. And indeed, it's something that's still very much ongoing, and something that if you ask anybody in the world today, this is probably on top of many minds. But as you also know, the last 16 months actually have seen some fairly remarkable progress towards climate. For instance, at the start of January 2020, only about 1/3 of the emissions in the world, so greenhouse gas emissions in the world, were covered by some form of government policy or stated position. In other words, only 1/3 of the world's emissions, some form of government said that we want to get rid of them in a net zero discussion. But actually by May 2021, and we're now at above 2/3 of global emissions now covered by some form of a net zero target or stated government position. Actually, I checked my colleagues earlier today that actually at the end of, or in August rather, we're up to about 70% now of emissions covered by net zero discussion. So definitely getting closer and closer to all emissions perhaps by the time we reach COP26. And of course, as you all know, what's really remarkable about this is that it's not only a small set of countries or advanced economies that are talking about this. We have 3 major economies in Asia, including Japan and China, the world's largest emitter. Recently, we also had emerging economies such as South Africa or Argentina or Brazil even discussing and stating such a matter. So this is really something that has encompassed many, many countries in the world. If we take a step back about how we got to this point, let's look at the past decade and a half. So indeed, the energy transition, or the low carbon energy transition, is not a new phenomenon. In the last decade and a half, we've seen investment in low carbon technologies grow quite dramatically. So it reached about $1 billion a year by 2020, even at the height of the pandemic. And you can see here from this chart that most of the investment has been into renewable energy, notably wind and solar technologies and deployment around the world. Growing portion in the green on this chart, you can see, is also in electrified transport, for mostly investment into electric vehicles and also charging infrastructure and things to support it. Other other decarbonization technologies have seen some attention, but probably not nearly enough. So that's whether it's electrifying heat in buildings and industry or energy storage, or some of the newer technologies that you hear a lot about these days, such as hydrogen and carbon capture. But overall, it's been a very positive story, of course, supported by policy, but also really, companies and investors finding a business case to invest and deploy these technologies. But of course, this positive story, which we've been telling for the last 10 years, is good, but it's not enough, because now we're actually at a very different place. Once we start talking about achieving net zero, or actually hitting climate goals that were outlined starting in the Paris Agreement about 5 or 6 years ago, we're talking about a very different level of effort to reduce emissions. So you can see here, for instance, what we're talking about. We did some forecasting at Bloomberg NEF. And the black line is, we can call it a sort of an economic transition scenario. So if things sort of continue as they are, if we keep seeing good investment into clean energy and, the trends sort of continue, we're still on track for about 3.3 degrees of warming by the end of the century. So that's clearly not good enough in terms of reaching climate goals. But if we want to do anything close to what we do in Paris, whether it's no more than 1.5 degrees of warming or 2 degrees of warming, we have to see emissions trajectory go in one of these lines here. And this is really going to be the tricky part. Of course, we all know that carbon dioxide or greenhouse gas emissions is cumulative in the atmosphere. So the longer we wait to do something, the harder and perhaps more painful the transition and the abatement efforts are. So for instance, if we actually want to do 1.5 degrees, we actually have to bend the emissions curve now. And we have to actually make quite a bit of progress from now until 2030. So for most companies, this is thinking about the next 1 or 2 business cycles that they must do something. It's not simply setting a target for 30 years later, 20 years of business as usual, and then And then in the last 10 years, we try to figure something out. If we do that, we have a really high chance of actually not hitting any of the climate goals, which frankly, misses the point of doing a lot of these things. So let's get to policy. And of course, policy is ever so important in the energy sector and also in the low carbon transition. As I mentioned before, policy has been around for a very long time. Obviously, policy helped us deploy wind and solar and batteries and these technologies that have enabled the energy transition so far. But the question is, the next stage of decarbonization actually requires a different set of policies, things that are actually a lot more widespread and targeting emissions and also decarbonization across entire economies and societies. I'll say that these policies are not sort of comprehensive. So it's not saying that these are the only things we can do, but these are three things perhaps that we can think about, and I'm happy to sort of discuss this and have a discussion about it. The first is around phasing out fossil fuel support, which actually a lot of governments are still doing. The second is promoting some form of carbon pricing to curb emissions. And then the third is actually working with financial regulators and companies to enforce a form of climate risk disclosure. So let me go through each of these a little bit. First is actually, despite you seeing the $500 million being given to invest in renewable energy technologies last year, even more of it is actually being given to fossil fuel support. This looks only at the G20 countries in the last 5 years, but you can see here the G20 countries have collectively given about $3.3 trillion to support subsidized fossil fuels in the last 5 years, over $600 trillion in 2019. These come in various forms. But half of it actually, or most of it, is in supporting investment in fossil assets to state-owned companies. So they're actually given to state-owned companies to build assets. Some of these countries, even though have pledged net zero goals, but are still building coal-fired power plants or gas-fired power plants, for example. So this is something that obviously is in some ways contradictory to some of the things that have been happening, but it is still ongoing, and it comes in many different forms. The second point I mentioned is around carbon pricing. And again, carbon pricing is not a new concept. We know that actually since the Kyoto Protocol in the late 90s, we've had some form of carbon pricing policy in the developed countries, and also through the carbon development mechanism, the CDM was applied to developing countries as well. But you can see here that actually a number of countries around the world, whether at the national or at the subnational, provincial, state, etc. level, have announced some sort of carbon pricing policy. So these are either carbon trading mechanisms, so having a price for carbon and then a trading system implemented, or a flat out a tax or price on emissions. But even though there's good coverage in some countries, you can see here actually the results are mixed, or rather the effect is mixed. At an average of $25 per metric ton, in most cases we feel that these are actually too small or too low to make much of a difference. So some of the largest emitters in the world, as you can see, China or the US, or others, actually have very little, relatively small amounts of coverage of their emissions are actually covered in this. And then if they are covered, so in the example of China, for instance, launching what was touted as the world's largest carbon market, national carbon market earlier this year, the price is still very low. So probably not enough to immediately make a difference. But nevertheless, such a mechanism exists. So this is an area I think that needs to probably be explored further. And again, it's not meant to be the only policy or the most effective policy at curbing emissions, but certainly one tool in the kit to consider. The third and final area that I mentioned is around climate risk, and this term is really touted a lot these days. If you read the news, you hear about ESG and climate risk and et cetera. So what does it actually mean? Well, we sort of see it as two parts. One is the physical risks. So companies and their supply chains were actually increasingly affected by whether it's extreme weather events resulting from climate change. And then the other one is actually transition risk, so actually on the business model itself, on the forward-looking sort of business of the company. So this is many different risks, but policy and legal risk. If you're operating in a jurisdiction of a net zero target, for instance, will your business, how would you transition your business? But also more importantly, technology change, market risk, and then reputational risk from consumers or investors. So a much more complex array of things. The question here for a lot is that most governments, so in the G20, which are the largest economies in the world, they support some sort of voluntary, at the moment, reporting of climate risk by companies. However, and even the G7 itself, in its meeting in June, began moving towards some form of mandatory climate disclosure amongst companies. But really, actually, few have actually legislated it or actually considered how such a thing can be enforced. So this is a really still very much an open question, but I think is an important area to consider, because this is directly where regulators and finance and investors, and of course the companies themselves intersect. So there's a role for, even though this applies to financial markets, there's a role for policymakers here to standardize disclosure, to sort of measure companies against each other, etc. And of course, we all know that a lot of companies have made a lot of pledges to reduce emissions or net zero set targets, etc. But it's very difficult to compare them with each other, to compare apples to apples, etc. So some form of standardization or oversight perhaps is needed as a policy tool. So just to finally look at this, this is from one of the reports we did, and if you're interested, I'm happy to share a bit more about it. But if you look across the G20 countries, across these three, just looking at these three policy areas, it's really a mixed bag. So some are moving in the right direction, some are not moving in the right direction. But what this shows is, of course, that there's still quite some ways to go and progress to be made. I will say, of course, that no single policy is a silver bullet. So it's not about actually one policy helping us do everything, but rather a suite of policies to consider. And each one, of course, has to be adapted to each country and its specific conditions in order for it to be effective. So finally, I want to conclude with just two quick points. Really, I think we need to bear in mind what it actually takes to reach net zero. So when we actually talk about reaching net zero by the year 2050, which is what most scientists agree is our best chance of preventing more than 1.5 degrees of warming. Every sector of the economy has to decarbonize. So this, and every country has to decarbonize. So there's no sort of exceptions or questions about who goes first at the moment. So you can see here, this is where emissions comes from various sectors of the economy: power, the energy industry, other heavy manufacturing industries, road transport, aviation, etc. But all of these have to decarbonize. And as I mentioned earlier, actually the trajectory can be quite sharp. In other words, we need to actually bend the curve and make progress within the next 10 years. Often people say that there are different pillars and different ways of looking at it. Don't have time to go into this in detail, but simply put, there's three ways to think about it. One is that actually we need to electrify as much of our energy demand as possible. So whether it's using electric vehicles, electric heating, etc., or even some using electricity to manufacture some light manufacturing. And this electricity will increasingly need to come from renewable energy. So we need to scale up renewable energy so that there's enough actually to capture or to provide for this new demand. For the areas where we cannot electrify, whether it's heavy road transport, aviation, or industry, where we actually need a molecule or a fuel, we need to look at an alternative to fossil fuels. And this is where hydrogen comes in. And of course, there are questions about how to make this hydrogen. Is it green hydrogen? Do we manufacture renewables? Is it blue hydrogen, so-called hydrogen manufactured from fossil fuels, but with carbon capture? Or even, a term we coined red hydrogen, hydrogen manufactured from nuclear power. Whatever that comes from, we need a molecule to help us meet that part of demand. And then finally, of course, we need recycling, demand side efficiency, energy efficiency, et cetera, to help us close the gap. So, we have some modeling and details of how this is done, but roughly speaking, this is a type of pathway that we're looking at. And it's not going to be an easy one. And of course, a lot of these technologies, while not revolutionary, but still require policy support to enable and to scale over the next 10 or 20 years. So I hope that gives you a bit of view on where things are in terms of our pathway to net zero and some of the opportunities and challenges ahead. So thank you very much for listening. I look forward to your questions and discussion.
Many thanks, Justin Wu, for very detailed explanation. Yeah, so now we open for Q&A. Dear speakers, if you wanna ask questions, please just unmute yourself. So our Q&A box is empty. So usually for the start, sometimes, okay, we got. Okay, Justin, I'm not sure if you can click on Q&A. Is this question relevant to you?
Okay,
I can read. It's from Shishir Soni. Sir, I want to design carbon tax system for our municipal corporation, but I have no experience in tax field. Can ADB send me some reports for it?
Yeah, I think it's probably for the ADB to answer this question.
Yeah, so I think also. Oh, okay, here we got question from Cheng. How significant is the agriculture sector in decarbonization?
Oh yeah, that's a good question, actually. Yeah, it is quite significant. So agriculture, I mean, depending on how you look at it, agriculture can account for about up to 25% of global emissions. So that's obviously the energy that we use to farm and to transport food and distribute it, the land use, and then of course livestock and other things and fertilizers which have emissions. So it is quite significant. Actually, this is an area that's quite considered one of the harder to abate sectors, if you will, the more challenging ones. So we'll obviously need to find alternatives to fertilizer. We need to look at land use. A lot of people also say consumption patterns need to change. Yes, that could help, but probably getting everybody to stop eating meat is probably unrealistic. So we still need solutions to address how we produce agricultural goods. But it's a good question. It's very significant. I think one that probably is a bit understudied at the moment, but certainly one that we need to look at.
We will have agriculture session on day 3. So please, Cheng, please join. Maybe we can go into more details. Whole session will be on agriculture.
Okay, yeah.
We have another question for Justin Wu from Shakti Prakash. Can you explain green, blue, and red hydrogen and their implications for achieving net zero emission?
Sure. Yeah. Good question. And sorry about the color. So basically, the idea of green hydrogen is manufacturing hydrogen using electrolyzers powered by renewable energy, such as wind, solar, or offshore wind. So that's green hydrogen. Blue hydrogen is a term that's being used in the industry, but essentially it's also manufacturing hydrogen through electrolysis, but actually using like natural gas, for instance, but we capture the natural gas using carbon capture technologies, for instance, so blue hydrogen. Red hydrogen is a new term we coined, but essentially is using nuclear power to do the same. The way to think about it is that we need a lot of, well, first of all, we need a lot of hydrogen if we want to replace fossil fuels. And then to manufacture the hydrogen, we need a lot of electricity. Actually, we need more electricity than the world has today. So we really need a major scale up in power generation. But then, of course, we have to find a way to not increase emissions while we generate more electricity. So this is the crux of the issue. So we have to find a low carbon or zero carbon source to do that.
Thank you very much, Justin. Very good answer. Actually, I don't know much about hydrogen. What is the problem with promoting hydrogen in Asia, especially? Is like, I know battery is very expensive, but hydrogen, is it very expensive technology? Any issues for developing it in Asia?
Well, there's a lot of interest in it right now, and obviously in Japan, there's been a lot of interest, and recently more and more countries as well. I mean, the major challenge of hydrogen is that it's not there's not a lot of it being produced. There's no supply chain. We need a lot of investment into the manufacturing of it, and the storage and the transport of it, the infrastructure, and also, of course, the end use cases, let's say in industry and other places. So it's there, the technology works, but it's early stages, and it's expensive to use it to replace existing things now. So if we really want to do it, then countries need to come together and have policy supporting it, and actually we need to scale it up so there's enough demand and there's a market and a commercial case to make it.
Great, thank you so much for answer. Actually, we got so many questions. I will pick one by one, but if those we don't finish during the time, it would be nice if you can type some answers later after we finish. But we still got some time, so don't worry. Another interesting question, what indicators can be used to determine carbon pricing or carbon tax in a country? Please, can you explain? Actually, I had the same question when I saw your slide, carbon pricing across countries. I was thinking like, how did you get this across countries? Is it average? How would you determine? Yeah, can you please explain? That would be nice.
Yeah, it's a bit, it's a bit complex, but essentially one is that we look at the policy itself to see how much emissions are covered under said design. So in some countries, for instance, only states or regions or cities have an emissions trading mechanism, and the coverage is only the emissions from this geographic location, right? So that limits what it is. For instance, in some other countries, only emissions from, let's say, power plants or industries above a certain size is covered. So of course, that means that limits, again, the smaller ones, which can add up together, they can add up to be actually pretty significant, but they're not covered because they're considered too small. So this is sort of the idea of how much of it is covered. In terms of pricing, well, that, like I said, there's two ways of looking at it. One is that there could be a market, so carbon market. So the market determines supply and demand, determines the price of carbon, of each ton of carbon emitted. Or there could be a simple tax where the government sets a rate. But the devil's always in the details, because getting a market right is very difficult. As you know, even the EU ETS, considered the most advanced carbon market, has seen major price fluctuations over its existence. And sometimes, markets, the pricing may not actually drive all the desired results that we want. In other cases, for instance, in the China's recent scheme, the issue is that a lot of the prices were set too low, or there's sort of exemptions given to emitters. So that kind of distorts the price and the incentives as well. So it's very challenging. So far, I have to say that actually a lot of emissions trading mechanisms haven't really gone in, not a single one has gone in actually really right. But nevertheless, there's still a case to be made that we may need some form of it.
Great. We have one raised hand from Tim Schumacher. Can you please unmute yourself? Thank you.
Yes, like earlier, you made an interesting comment. You said that we cannot get the world, everyone, to stop eating meat also for the agricultural. There was a recent posting that someone had found a way to make backyard pools sustainable by using or by reusing containers or disposed of containers. So, but it did not change the underlying issue of that just backyard pools are an unsustainable thing. So my question is to you is, in order to achieve those things, would some things that we even got used to will probably have to just entirely disappear from our lives? How do you feel about that? And you think even beyond the pushback from the public or from politicians getting backlash, but isn't that where we have to go at some point? Even things that we hold near and dear, they might have to disappear in the future because they can never be made sustainable under any scenario.
I mean, I'm not really an expert on consumer behavior, right? But I will say that, I mean, some consumer behaviors do have to change, and it does help. So it's not only sort of eating meat, but public transportation or the way we move around and that sort of thing, right? But often I would say that sometimes we slightly miss the point by focusing on things like eating meat or going on planes, when there's much bigger targets for decarbonization out there, right? Such as coal-fired power plants, or the way that we generate electricity, or heavy industry and other things. So I do think, from a policymaker's perspective, there's definitely a political element to it, right? So I think that's important to take into mind that, where do we target our efforts first, and what do we do first? And these things, yes, they do contribute emissions, but are they really the most important and the most needle moving in the near term, right? So I think that's quite debatable. And as you know, consumer behavior is difficult to change. I mean, even I hate to use this example, but even with vaccines, right? I mean, this seems so obvious, but not everybody's getting a vaccine to end the pandemic, to help end the pandemic. So I think anything involving consumer behavior can help, but it's very difficult to get everybody to move in a certain direction.
Thank you very much. We have another interesting question about policy ETS. If ASEAN states adopt the EU ETS scheme, what is your opinion towards the effective on LDCs?
I think it is the question like whether if they adapt a similar scheme to the EU ETS, right? Rather than join it. I mean, and LDCs, I assume it's for least developed countries.
Yeah, I guess the effect on developed countries.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think so. I think it doesn't. I think with carbon policy, like carbon trading, carbon markets, rather, right? I don't think it's necessarily about whether a country, the development level of a country, whether you should have it or not. A lot of the ASEAN countries are obviously growing very quickly. Their emissions are still rising very quickly. They need new power plants and industries, etc. And in some ways, I think a goal perhaps they should have is to think about, well, how to meet this demand in a more efficient manner rather than sort of building highly emitting or polluting assets. And they also need to think about how to future-proof these assets, right? So a factory or a power plant can last 30 or 40 years, which obviously if you build it now, is it still relevant in that time? So I think it's important for these countries to sort of think about that as well, right? I think if the question is implying whether this will have an economic impact on countries, I don't think it's that black and white, right? So I think there are ways of looking at that and doing less emitting, building less emitting assets, but not affecting necessarily economic development or having more cost, etc.
Yeah, I can add to your answer. Actually, yeah, some countries who started to implement ETS scheme, not necessarily like in EU, but ETS scheme, like China, Kazakhstan, and some other countries, they have faced some challenges. And hopefully today and this 3 days webinar, actually, we are interested in the challenges which we faced. And then other countries who planning to implement ETS, they can learn from these policies. I think you cannot just I think, Justin, you mentioned there is no one solution, right, for all, or one way. Like you cannot just implement what EU done, right, because it might work in EU but might not work in Asia. Yeah, so the most important to learn from those countries and to think if other countries will have same challenges or maybe different challenges, yeah, and improve. Even EU, right, they will keep improving this ETS.
Sure, yeah, definitely a work in progress for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I liked one speaker once from Europe also. She said, we've done so many mistakes in Europe with all these policies promoting renewable energy. So other countries can just learn from our mistakes.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point.
Okay, so we got 2 minutes more. Maybe we can go to next session. Justin, so sorry asking you so many questions, but we had many, and so many thanks to our audience for actively asking. So the good thing with Q&A that, Justin, you can keep answering, right, by typing. That would be very kind.
Thank you very much. Thanks for all the questions. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's move to our next session. I would like to invite my colleague, Alfredo Banalil. He's from ADBI. He is a senior energy specialist in East Asia department. And he's working on developing sustainable energy operations in each East Asia region. Alfredo, please.
Hi, thanks, Dina. Thank you all for your participation in this workshop. Let me start with the introduction to this first session on the role of transparency and accountability of measuring and reporting greenhouse gas emissions. I mean, as we all know, the world is at a tipping point regarding its climate, and as the impact of greenhouse gas emissions are already causing devastating effects globally. After the Paris Agreement in 2015, almost all countries around the world have agreed to reduce their emissions, whereas private companies are already taking action to fight climate change as well, basically due to the demand of their shareholders. However, there are issues related to how much is being done in reducing such emissions, because measuring, reporting, and accounting of tons of CO2 equivalents are not easy tasks. There are issues with baselines, there are issues with metrics, how accurate is the inventory, consolidation of data across companies and countries, etc. All these things relate to risks of reporting more than it's being achieved in reality, in order to benefit from these new climate financing instruments that we are seeing now in the markets and that prioritize low carbon development. All these risks amount to a new term called greenwashing, where companies are reporting more than they're doing and misleading investors. So in this first session of this workshop, the lead authors of two interest research papers will be sharing with us their findings, and two leading researchers will be discussing such findings and providing interest perspectives on this very interesting topic. After that, we will be hearing from the experience implementing, measuring, and reporting greenhouse gas emissions in Japan and Indonesia. Without further ado, let us start with the first paper. Our first presenter, Dr. Darwin Choi, is an associate professor in the Department of Finance at the Chinese University of Hong Kong Business School. Darwin's research interests include behavioral finance, mutual funds and hedge funds, climate finance, and labor, focusing on how market conditions and investor psychology influence how capital is allocated. Today, he will be presenting his very interesting paper we had the pleasure to read on global carbon divestment and firms' actions, and how financial institutions around the world reduce their exposure to stocks of high emission industries and companies. Darwin, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks the organizers for inviting us to present the paper. This paper is joint work with my colleagues, Zhenyu Gao, Griffin Jiang, and Hulai Zhang from Tilburg University. Next slide, please. So there are many high-profile divestment campaigns from the largest institutional investors, including BlackRock, the government pension fund Global in Norway, the largest sovereign wealth, one of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world, as well as endowments of many big universities. So they try to divest from fossil fuel stocks and also establish new products that exclude these fossil fuel industries. Now, by some counts, around 1,000 to 3,000 organizations have committed to be more responsible when they invest. So these financial institutions. Next, please. Yeah, and also next. So in our paper, we try to document systematic evidence that financial institutes around the world reduce their exposures to stocks of high emission industries and companies. So we define this broadly. So first, we don't just look at fossil fuel or energy industries. So we look at all the high emission industries. So later we'll give you a list, which includes agricultural and other high emission industries. Now, secondly, when we define divestment, we define it in a broad sense. We don't just look, we look at the opposite of investment. So this is like reducing their holdings or they sell their entire holdings. Okay, so we want to look at on aggregate where the financial institutions around the world reduce their exposure. And next. Now, we then look at the effect on high emission firms, right? Whether the financial institutions put pressure on emission firms to become cleaner. Now, this is not automatic. So firms may not respond if their stocks in fact earn higher returns in the stock market. Okay, so in fact there is evidence that showing that this is the case. So the brown firms, the high emission firms, actually earn higher stock returns. Now, these stocks, or like if they're held by investors who don't commit to divestment, right? So the investors that do not care about ESG or climate. Now, and they pick up these stocks that the other institutions sell. Next, please. Now, of course, we are aware of the endogeneity concern, right? So when we look at the link between the divestment pressure and the firm's action, it is possible that some omitted variables are driving both. So the financial institutions and the firm's decisions. Next, in our paper, we adopt a triple difference approach, a diff in diff in diff. So we have 3 layers of comparisons. Divestment is more prevalent among high emission firms. So here the first level is the comparison between high emission firms and low emission firms. In high awareness countries, so we have a list of countries, we separate them into high awareness or low awareness. So this is the second layer. And after 2015, so we will argue that 2015 is a milestone year. We compare before 2015 versus after 2015. So we show stronger divestment coming from high awareness countries after 2015 in high emission firms. And we see changes in firms' valuation, green innovation, emissions under the same conditions. Okay, so we argue that the triple difference help us pin down the identification. And next. So in the last set of tests, we also add a 4th layer. So we have data on private firms. So here the comparison is the public and the private firms within the same industry, within the country, and like within the same time period. Okay, so this to try to pin down, this is really coming from the stock market, right? Because private firms do not face the divestment pressure directly, so their stocks are not traded publicly on the market, right? So this is also helping us to rule out potential impact of environmental regulations that some countries adopt after 2015 that affect all set of firms, right? So we want to pin down that the public firms, the effect for public firms is higher. And next. So our data come from standard sources. So the holdings of institutions come from FactSet, and for the US, we use the Thomson Reuters 13F. We have 26 countries from 2010 to 2018. Now, to measure the climate awareness of countries, we use a Gallup survey done in 2010. So note that this is before the sample period starts, right? So 2010, they asked the citizens about how much they know about global warming or climate change. We sum up the percentage of citizens that says that they know something or a great deal about it. Globally, the sample mean is about 77%, but there is a wide spectrum, right? So some countries are much lower, some countries are closer to 100%. Now, the stock and firm information comes from DataStream, WorldScope, and FactSet. And for US firms, we use Cripps and CompuStat. Next. Now, we also get ESG ratings data from a vendor called RepRisk. This is a negative measure. So they measure the number of negative environmental news in the media. So the higher, the worse, because they are mentioned negatively in the media. Okay, so we'll make use of that later. We also use the patent data from Orbis. So this gives us the private firms data. And from the patents, we identify green patents. So patents that help improve the environment, right? So by fouling the technology in like green technologies, so we follow
наличие патентов по зеленым технологиям.
And UN using the IPC, the International Patent Classification, to look at these green patents. And we also have the CDP data, which gives us the firm level emission data in the CO2 emissions. And we focus consistent with the prior literature, we focus on scopes 1 and 2 emissions. So that is where we don't count the scope 3, which comes from the upstream or downstream supply chain. So scope 1 and 2 are more directly controlled by the firm. Next. So this is a list of the high emission firms that we look at. So we follow the IPCC report. They have 5 major categories here. So energy is one of them. Agricultural, forestry, and other land use is another. They also have transport, buildings, and industries, such as those producing chemicals and metals. Okay, so within each major categories, they have subcategories if you go to the IPCC report. And then we match the subcategory names with the industry classifications and descriptions provided by DataStream. So as long as there is a match, then we define this industry as a high emission industry. So otherwise it's a low emission. So we have a binary classification. It's a very easy classification. Either a firm is in a high emission industry or not. Okay, so high emission is equal 1 or 0, depending on whether they are in the IPCC list. So we use the same classification in our earlier paper published in the Review of Financial Studies. Next. Now, then we sum up the holdings for the institutional level, right? So for each institution J in the quarter T, we define a carbon ratio, which is simply the sum of the holdings. Okay, so the sum of the holdings, so the weight of stock I in whether it is in high emission and then held by institution J in quarter T, the sum of these weights minus the market weight. Okay, so this is a market adjusted carbon ratio, right? So like, let's say you have an index fund which holds exactly like the market index, then the carbon ratio will be 0. A positive carbon ratio means relative to the market, the institution overweights high emission stocks. Okay, so a negative number means the institution will underweight the high emission stocks. And then we calculate a country level carbon ratio by averaging across institutions. So all the institutions in the country weighted by the institution size. Next. So first we plot a graph for the entire world where we have the data. So this is the aggregate carbon ratio aggregate across different countries. Okay, so we see at the beginning, this is about 0, right? So before 2015, this is generally above 0. Institutions tend to overweight high emission stocks, but right in 2015, the last quarter of 2015, there is a sharp drop. Okay, so like after 2015, this tends to stay at a negative level, right? So institutions switch from overweight to underweight. And relative to the market weights, we see the drop. The value of the drop in the high emission holdings is around 120 billion US dollars. Okay, so and then you see afterwards the level stays pretty much constant, right? So at a lower level. Okay, so this is our first finding. There is a sharp drop in 2015. Next. Now, why is 2015 a magic year? Why is it a milestone year? Because we think, well, the Paris Agreement was adopted at the end of that year. And some media claims that the divestment campaign went mainstream in that year. So, and by their account, assets tied to institutions committed to divestment had a 70-fold increase from the previous year. So from 2014 to 2015. And there is a fossil fuel divestment day that started in that year. Okay, so we think that 2015, a lot of institutions are doing the same. They started to reduce the exposure to high emission firms. Next. Now, in the main test, however, today I will show you based on the carbon awareness, the climate awareness from the Gallup survey, because that will give us more data. Right? So remember, the holdings only covers 26 countries. So, but for the awareness measure, we have 69 countries. Okay, so so we will use this awareness measure to proxy for the divestment, the tendency of carbon divestment. Okay, so we have 69 countries, and next, please. And our diff approach will be again looking at the firm's actions after the late period, which is after 2015, and in high awareness countries for the high emission firms. Next, we do in the paper have an alternative specification, which we look at the carbon ratio as the main measure. Okay, so which again covers a smaller set of countries, which only has the 25 countries. The results are robust. Next. Now, first of all, I want to establish the link between climate awareness and carbon ratio. So this is the previous graph, but now split into two samples. So the dotted line at the bottom is the high awareness country. So they started at a lower level. Okay, so they are generally negative even at the beginning, and there is a drop after 2015 and to an even lower level. Now, the upper line, the blue solid line, started at a higher level in the positive region, and there is not much of a drop. Okay, so again, this is saying that the high awareness country has stronger divestment. Okay, so and from this point on, we'll just look at climate awareness as our measure for divestment. Next, please. Now, our first regression, so now we switch our gears to look at the firm's actions. Well, so first of all, we look at the effect on firms. Okay, so here the left-hand side is the PE ratio, the price divided by equity. So we see the firm has a lower price ratio. So here the thing we look at is the triple interaction term at the bottom: late, cross, high emission, cross awareness. Next. So the economic impact of, next please, of a 1 standard deviation change in the awareness measure is associated with about 6% drop in the valuation, right? So in the late sample period. Next. Now we look at some reactions by the firms. We look at CapEx, R&D, and CO2 emissions. So here we change the specifications a bit here because of the data. We don't have the data for every year. So here the left-hand side is the change from the 2000 to 2015, the average, versus the 2016 to 2018 average. Okay, so here our main variable is the interaction term high emission cross the awareness. Okay,
Darwin,
so now
please, 1 minute left, please.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Okay, next, please. Okay, so we show that increase in awareness measure is associated with higher R&D, higher CapEx, and lower emission. Okay, so next. In the interest of time, I will skip the ESG rating. So, but we see the same direction. So these firms improve ESG rating. Okay, so next. One more. Next. Next. Okay, so here the green innovation. So we compare with the private firms. And of course, we don't think private firms and public firms in the same country are the same, but so we do the matching based on the firm size and the industry. Okay, so and next. So here and next. So here the main variable on the left-hand side is whether the firm has a green innovation or they increase the number of green innovations. Okay, so here we have a positive coefficient in the high emission times the awareness. Okay, so here high emission firms in the high awareness countries, they improve in the green technology after 2015. Okay, so the magnitude is about 1% if we increase the awareness by 1 standard deviation. And next. Okay, so to conclude, we find financial institutions around the world reduce the carbon exposure over time, particularly after 2015, and there is also pressure on the public firms in the same country. They tend to become cleaner. Now, next, one policy implication we have is it seems that the financial market can supplement, help discipline high emission firms, right? So like other than environmental regulations. Now, however, that depends on the climate awareness. And we are worried that, let's say, these institutions, they earn lower risk-adjusted returns, then fund managers and investors may increase their carbon exposure back, right? So in order to achieve returns. Okay, so because ultimately investors want to have a high risk-adjusted returns. Okay, so one thing to think about for government officials is whether it's possible to provide a subsidy to help these green funds to help boost their returns so that they look more attractive to investors in general. Okay, thank you, Aura, and I look forward to the discussants' comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Darwin. Sorry for rushing you at the end, but we are short of time in these things, and we don't want to accumulate too much delay. The discussant for this paper is Dr. So-Young In. She's the Research Director of Sustainable Finance at the Stanford Global Project Center, and also leads the research on financial innovation and the Sustainable Finance Initiative of the Precourt Institute of Energy. Her research interest is to align the financial system with a low carbon economy and catalyze sustainable finance with the aim of supporting investors, entrepreneurs, and policymakers to drive positive social and environmental impact alongside financial results. She will be discussing Darwin's paper, providing interest perspectives and insights. So Young, thank you very much for connecting, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfredo. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Because I was having some technical problem before, so I was about to send my pre-recording, but I'm glad to do it on live. So again, hello everyone. My name is So-Young In, and as Alfredo introduced, I am a research director of Stanford University of Sustainable Finance at Stanford University. And luckily, I'm currently in Asian time zone because Stanford University just opened a research center in Korea. that is focusing on Asia, sustainability and sustainable development and so on. So please stay focused and reach out to me about these topics. But today I'm really pleased to discuss this paper, Professor Darwin Cho's paper on global carbon divestment and firms' actions. Next page, please. Next slide. Thanks. So this study investigates the relationship among countries, investors, and firms' actions regarding carbon emissions. In particular, it investigates whether investors and firms' climate effort vary across countries and time, mainly characterized by their level of climate awareness. And the main findings is three, in my view. First is investors reduce their carbon emission exposure after 2015. And this trend is more prominent in high climate awareness countries. And the second finding is that in the presence of divestment, public firms with high emission exposure experience lower valuations. Lastly, those high emitting firms increase their capital expenditures, R&D, and also carbon emission reductions. But these findings are not captured in private firms. That implies that those pressures on divestment is only effective in public stock market. Next, please. So I think this paper make really great contribution as it provide empirical evidence that strong policy commitment can drive investors to act on climate change. And it also provide empirical evidence on whether investors' behavior can affect firms' reactions to climate change. So in the end, this is a meaningful implications to policymakers to increase climate awareness. As the paper mentions clearly, there are some limitations about causality, such as, like it doesn't go that far, showing the mechanism through which investors affect the firm's decisions. And there might be some possibility of omitted variables that can drive investors and firms to react simultaneously. Let's go through detailed comments of mine. Next, please. So this is a list of the variables that, as per my understanding, can you go next? So I'd like to suggest to provide a summary table that provide variable descriptions and unit of analysis because you're covering various level of variables like country level, portfolio level, firm level. So it might be just helpful for the readers to quickly grab the understanding. And my more detailed comments is on the country level climate change awareness. As Darwin mentions, the study uses 2010 survey result for time series analysis. I was wondering about the rationale for choice of that variable. And maybe it might be better to run a sensitivity analysis by replacing it with a sample mean during 2010 to 2018. And then the second detailed comment is about this awareness before and after. So like your specific use of year 2015, that the paper mentions that this is a year of Paris Agreement. I think this is a great assumption, but the immediate reaction can be possible if the Paris Agreement was anticipated. But I was wondering if there's any lagged reactions reacting to that Paris Agreement signature. So in that matter, I would suggest running a sensitivity analysis by replacing the threshold of the late variables, like something to the later years, like 2016 or 17. Next, please. Lastly, on the variable selections, it took me a little while to quickly to understand this carbon ratio variables, because it was like a market adjusted variables for the portfolio level. And then, like you said, you use a country level carbon exposure for the carbon ratio M and T. But this is just in a simple visualization of my understanding. I assume that there are 3 companies in the market, J1 and 2 and 3, and there's 2 portfolio, I1 and 2. And this is my quick calculation of carbon exposure of portfolio level and the market level. But as for your equation 1, you just calculated the exposure of the specific portfolio and subtract that by the market portfolio exposure. My comment to that is I was not clearly understood what was the rationale to choose this market adjusted ratio instead of just the absolute exposure level. And then the second one is the paper mentions that you use a country level carbon exposure by doing the value weighted average calculations. However, in that calculations, you already have like a market adjusted level. So I was wondering if there's any possibility of double counting and so on. So that was my question about this variable. Can you go to the next, please? Let's go through the main analysis. This is more technical comments on your empirical analysis. The first one is the country level carbon exposure decrease. And I think this is table 2 in your paper, page 25. I'd like to suggest to add time fixed effect to avoid the possibility of overestimate. The current table 2 only shows the result with the country fixed effect, so that might be helpful. And to the next main analysis, which is on the structure break, it was very interesting to see, but I was wondering, there's a gap between the figure 1 and the table 3, because in your figure, the vertical line visually represent 2015's quarter 4, while your main analysis finding shows the global average structure break was happened in quarter 1. So, I mean, it might be helpful if you can provide your explanation why there's a time gap. And on a different note, there might be some case that the relationship can be non-linear. So I would like to suggest visualizing the data, also using some non-parametric method. And this is minor comment, but there are some jump in the sample size in different analysis. So it might be helpful if you can provide why the sample sizes are very that much. Can you go to the next slide?
So Yang, 1 minute left, please.
Okay. All right. So this is more details on the price impact. So, this is again, like maybe it might be better to include the country fixed effect. And for the real actions, let's talk about, like your choice of the carbon emission measure. The paper already mentioned the sample size is too small in testing against the farm level carbon emission. There might be some possibility that, like a few number of companies dominate the outcome. So I'd like to suggest using some alternative carbon emission measures. And also in itself of, carbon emission measure, the paper uses absolute carbon emission level, but there might be some, possibility that, some biased by firm size or some other, firm characteristics. So you might be better to consider, like controlling those form variables and so on. Okay, can you go to the next slide? So this is my final overview. So I think this paper, I myself enjoyed very much reading this paper because it discusses with empirical support that how important increasing this public awareness of climate change and global warming is. And it also provides meaningful implication whether the Paris Agreement has affected the investment portfolio management and corporate management regarding sustainability. And as we all know, it has remained unclear and debatable whether and how investors' climate actions can affect firms' decisions. So while this paper still not provide a complete evidence of causality, but this paper successfully provide a reasonable explanation of these potential interactions. So this finding can also provide implications for investors by recognizing their responsibility toward climate change and urgency to take actions, and policies to exert the divestment pressure can also be considered as one effective mean to control corporate carbon emissions and climate actions. The next one, the very final one. Can you go to the next? Yeah, thank you. And please feel free to reach out for further discussions and questions.
Dr. So-Young, thanks a lot for this very detailed assessment. I'd like to, Darwin, perhaps to provide some feedback on these comments, but also we'd like to answer some of the questions from the audience. So far as I see, we only received one from Tommy Hendartomo, where he's asking whether carbon sequestration is included as part of the calculation in the carbon ratio. Is that part of the analysis?
Yeah, first, let me thank So-Young for your detailed comments and for reading our paper so carefully. Thank you very much. For the empirical analysis, yeah, we will definitely work on it to further incorporate your comments. But let me just explain a few things. For the survey in 2010, so the survey unfortunately is not run every year. So the biggest was done in 2010. I think there was a big one in 2015, and we did try to use the average of the two, 2010 and 2015. The reason we report the 2010 as the main one is because it predates the divestment campaign. So this is like everything before the campaign. So like this is like least interrupted by endogeneity issue, but we can definitely include the average back. Now, of course, yeah, like changing the definition of late to 2016 or 2017 or even to before 2015 will be great to see if our results are sensitive. Yeah, that's a great suggestion. And about the structural break, yeah, so we do observe the nonlinear trend. So I think, yeah, so the structural break definitely has limitations. I didn't even present that part actually. But in the paper, so yeah, it tries to identify a sharp change in the slope, right? So by basically fitting a piecewise like a linear regression, but then yeah, like we understand the limitations. So maybe the structural break doesn't really come up, show the exact same time as like 2015 in the fourth quarter. So we'll work on that. And thank you. And we do recognize the limitations we have. Yeah, like we cannot claim causality, but we try to do the best we can. And we have the triple differencing, and for the last analysis, we also have the fourth difference, which is the private firms, and also the emission. So one part that is not in the paper yet is the ESG data that I didn't get a chance to present. But we are working on like using more ESG data just besides the CDP emission data. So like we do find that firms improve in the E dimension among the ESG. So we do have additional evidence. And thank you again. Thank you. When you have a chance, can you please email me the slides? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, So-Young. Thank you. And for the question in the chat room, so carbon sequestration is not included because we only have a simple definition. So a firm is either high emission or not. So we don't require any data, any emission data or sequestration or anything to define the carbon ratio. So if a firm is in one of these 5 major emission industries, so namely again, energy, transport, industry, and agriculture, and there's one more, one of these 5, then the high emission will be 1. Okay, so and then and buildings. Okay, so and then otherwise the high emission is 0. So and the carbon ratio is simply the sum of the weights, right? So where the sum of these high emission firms are times the weight. And So-Young, we will also look at your slide. I wasn't sure what the question was, but then let me later let's study your slides better to answer where the methodology, why we look at like the positive versus the negative one, the number will go or the change. Okay, so but we'll study that later. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, everyone. I just have a very brief follow-up. Are you considering as well looking not only at the demand side from private firms, but also at the supply side of money, and how banks are participating in this climate
Absolutely.
finance. And
yeah,
so
in fact, our paper is the consequence of supply and demand, because the carbon ratio is weighted by the size of the institution. And if there is more money flowing to these institutions, so suppose like more investors buying these mutual fund products, then the size of these mutual funds will grow. And the carbon ratio will be impacted more by these larger mutual funds. So in fact, yeah, so this is a combination of like both the institution's decision or like the money flowing to the institutions. Yeah, so but definitely for banks, yeah, so banks are like, if they hold public stocks, they will be in the data. But we like bank lending is not part of the data, but yeah, like the banks holdings of the public firms, yeah, will be in our data too.
Okay, thanks a lot, Darwin. Very
you.
interesting paper. Thank you, So-Yoon. Very interesting discussion. Let us move to the next session. So so far we are good on time, but things can go, can get delayed quickly. Our second paper has been written or led by Dr. Kim Schumacher. He's a lecturer in sustainable finance at ESG at the Tokyo Institute of Technology. He's also honorary research associate at the University of Oxford, as well as adjunct lecturer at the University of Luxembourg and the UN University. Due to his research in sustainable finance, he collaborates with several international organizations, including GRI Global Sustainability Standards Board, the ISO Technical Committees on Sustainable Finance and Environmental Management, and others. Today, he will be presenting his paper titled From Greenwashing to Carbon Washing, a review of corporate carbon disclosure gaps. Kim, the floor is yours. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Alfredo. And I first want to do a small note that this paper is very much equally written by So-Yoon In, who just we had the pleasure to hear her comments, and it's like more like a joint project. She actually introduced me to the term carbon washing, and then we just took it from there, and we ever since have been sort of sharing the work and among each other. So although I'm the pretty one, she's the brains. No, I'm joking. So, but more like that. I just want to say, and also we have contributions from some of our research assistants. Not to undermine those in any way, but yeah. So today we will talk a bit about the concept of carbon washing and how it relates to just the element of corporate carbon disclosure. And it started with the concept, as I said. So-Yoon introduced me to that. And next slide, please. So it basically started, and I think there were some influential papers and some research done around, and also was mentioned as being one of the elements in the previous paper, ESG ratings and how they do diverge for different firms. And I think there was a lot of talk about that. How do we actually evaluate performance of firms and corporations in terms of ESG, be it carbon, but being also other performance indicators? And there's just so much divergence, so much differences going on, as you can see here on the left side with Facebook and other companies as well. Even Johnson & Johnson, one of those who developed the vaccine, but were recently also fined for contributing to the opioid crisis. So it just shows how many elements flow into an ESG rating and how different methodologies can catalyze those divergences. And that is one of the important things that basically was at the origin of that. So if we have these divergences, that also means we can abuse these and we can utilize these divergences to our benefit by either just focusing on certain elements, or at the end, even engineering or skewing the ESG rating methodologies in our favor by just what data do we publish? And one of the things that was mentioned by Professor Choi before was that the endogeneity issue. So basically what data do we actually have access to, and who is at the origin of that data. So, and that led us to carbon emissions. And a previous paper written by So-Young was seeing huge divergence between in terms of how data is reported, and even if for this common I would even say currency that we use in the climate action age, which has become carbon data, we see that there's huge differences in how it is being reported and in terms of being consistently reported, and the conclusions that we derive from that. Because if the previous paper gives us any indication, is if as the data is taken at face value, that creates its own set of issues in terms of how reliable are these empirical analyses if we do not look at the underlying quality of the data that underpins all these analyses. Because if the underlying data is already flawed, then every subsequent analysis that does not correct for these issues has basically will perpetuate and will basically create results that are flawed in and of themselves, because not because of a lack of or because of the lack of quality of those papers, but rather the lack of quality of the underlying data. Next, please. So what are we proposing in order to address these issues? So we first needed to map how is carbon data actually utilized, and how does it actually flow throughout the entire data value chain, if you will, or ESG data value chain. So, and the thing is, we looked at carbon data, the flow, and sort of like a life cycle, what we propose. So, and we divided it into ex ante and ex post, and that can be pretty inaccessible terms. One just means before any action is taken, and the ex post means once the action has been taken or has been started to be implemented. So there's a lot of PR going on, what we qualify as preliminary signaling. Then we have the measurement of the data, and then at the institutional, it was mentioned, CDP was one of those. So companies collect data internally, for example, scope 1 and scope 2, and then also they calculate, because if sometimes the data is not measured physically, but rather just assumed or implied, and then we calculate these figures based on a certain methodology, but they are not physically verified. And then they are being disclosed, and then what we call is the secondary cycle. So after the primary cycle, which has most to do with collection and measurement and calculation, then we go to what we call the secondary cycle, is the aggregation level. So that is where all those data providers, from your ESG, from your MSCIs to your Bloomberg's, S&P, Trucosts, they come and they basically aggregate that data. And then what they do is then they try to get it validated as much as possible, usually via third-party assurance and or independent data verification providers. And then they basically publish that data in their databases. And then is what we call secondary data aggregation, is then some of those come and collect those the data that has been aggregated from different places. And then they come up with, for example, ratings or indexes structured around the primary data. And that is extremely important, because then the end usage, the tertiary cycle, is sort of it starts again from anew, because then with those ratings, with those all that data that has been collected in the secondary cycle is then sort of used as the basis to start again. And it's just always complemented by additional data measurement, but it sort of takes a life of its own. And as was shown in the previous paper, you can complement it with questionnaires or surveys or so, but often those are only collected over a certain time. So once the data is in existence, it sort of takes a life of its own. And that is when it is actually faulty, then it can have very serious consequences, especially on the regulatory, on the policy level as well, because a lot of these decisions are taken from that exact data. Next, please. So we just wanted to say, sort of contextualize and sort of like also provide instructions of where do we actually see carbon washing being situated. And we see it like, carbon washing, we see it actually as a carbon data related equivalent of greenwashing. But it is much more specific because greenwashing has just become like sort of like, a universal term for everything that is just in terms of misleading stakeholders around like, any environmental sustainability related performance. So that can sort of like, dilute the message and also the issue that is specifically to carbon data. So we see carbon washing within carbon data, which then again is part of ESG data, which then only exists because of we measure, report, and verify data, so impact analysis. And then we have sustainability performance. So first you need to try to have an impact in terms of sustainability. Then we have sustainable finance as the sort of like, encompassing like, construct, and then finance as the entire like, industry that where it falls within. So that is how we see it, but it is just to situate, to provide a little bit more context. Next, please. So in terms of framing carbon washing, which is extremely important. So carbon washing needs to be framed within the context of greenwashing. But as I already explained, it is not greenwashing. The term is not sufficiently granular enough to capture and to actually create a discussion around carbon data related misreporting or any form of misleading activities. So we define it as greenwashing is the practice of engaging, or not we, but of engaging intentionally or inadvertently deceitful behavior or misrepresentation of sustainability related attributes that, if unverified or uncorrected, would create financially material reputational benefits for the entity or individuals engaging in said behavior. So it creates concrete benefits, usually currently in terms of reputational benefits, but these reputational benefits have concrete financial benefits as well. So these include false, vague, misleading, or overly optimistic or unverifiable claims about the validity of green performance credentials, the capacity to manage sustainability-related risks, sustainability-related expertise or capacities, the degree of positive impact of business activities or financial activities, or the degree of negative impact of business activities or financial activities. Next, please. So in identifying variable levels of overall sectoral materiality among greenwashing practices, so basically identifying or acknowledging that these greenwashing practices have a sectoral materiality, we conclude that the term greenwashing is too broad, as I already said. So common words associated with climate action and recently also carbon data, they basically became sort of equivalent to each other, is climate, carbon neutral, TCFD, net zero and its variations, then Paris aligned, CO2, carbon free, decarbonization, carbon capture, carbon clean, carbon removal, tree planting has been a hit recently, and carbon, CO2, greenhouse gas emissions, the renewable energy 100, the science-based targets initiative, science-based, low carbon. So you get the idea. There's just a range of terms and of vocabulary now being sort of like, signaling climate action, that something is being done in order to become more climate, reducing carbon footprints, or becoming Paris aligned, or becoming net zero. So given the overwhelming role that carbon reduction and climate-related risk disclosure plays at the moment due to initiatives and frameworks such as the TCFD, the CDP, the SBTI, the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, the Renewable 100, and then the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP, which one very important one will take place this year, COP26. Then we used the term carbon washing as an adequate taxonomical framing of carbon-related greenwashing instance. So it really captures this in essence, because greenwashing, again, does not do it justice, and it does not reflect how material everything around carbon has become, because basically it has become the currency of our age, which I call the climate action age. So next slide, please. So then we go into this life cycle process. So we first talked about like, yeah, the ex ante in this life cycle that the slides previously that we showed. So, and it mostly consists of PR. So, and what we did to illustrate some of these instances that we categorize as being an instance of carbon washing is disproportionate share of endogenous ex ante decarbonization plans and immaterial virtue signaling. It's so, for example, if all these announcements we see, like initiatives, all corporations, investors announcing they joined a net zero alliance or some initiative that's being created, seemingly every week now we hear a new one. And then it's just like all these announcements do not like align with like what is being done in reality. So if we go to the next slide. So since I was just informed that time is tight, I will like go through it pretty quickly. So I gave some examples already, so we can go already to the next slide. And here's just an important slide is that all these announcements, and if you look at number 6, capital allocation alignment, is that all these announcements are not matched by CAPEX or by OPEX. So companies make a lot of announcements, but they do not put their money where their mouth is. That is the simplest explanation that I can give. Next slide, please. Then we have ex post, and that's all I can just conclude it because again, time is tight, is that it just has to do with the reporting and with the process that in terms of measurement, reporting and verification, there's just inconsistencies, they're insufficient. And often like, the verification is done on a way like, where there's conflicts of interest because a lot of companies pay the assurance providers. And that leads to conflicts of interest that we saw already in the financial generally with ratings. So the same do exist and the same lead to what So-Young showed in an earlier paper, that these inconsistencies in carbon data. So if we go to the next slide, I will go, and then the next slide, I would just want to show like, selective disclosure, fragmented disclosure. So just when you choose what data you want stakeholders to see, and then the next slide, is like, here with the TCFD, the Task Force on Climate-Related Disclosures, shows again that many do not report vital carbon data. So that leaves us also, some do report it, but a lot of them do not even report it. So that is an important part, just data simply not being available. And then the next slide. So that is just in terms of in verification, what I mentioned, insufficient, incomplete, either sometimes lack of capacity or sometimes conflicts of interests. Those are important elements to take into account. And then the next slide, which I assume is the next one, please. It's just like, we also have a discussion in our paper at the end, like mandatory versus voluntary frameworks. And we come to the conclusion that what we found also is mandatory is probably the way to go because it just leads to better results in terms of granularity and quality of carbon data. And I think that was it. If we go to the last slide. No, that was not it, but I think we are at the end of the policy implications. It's just like, better. The problem is, and I would summarize that promise, Alfredo, it's just that carbon data has become the currency. We orient so much policy and regulations around the availability of quality carbon data because it's sort of like, has become the indicator, the main indicator, are we on track to meet the Paris targets? And because there's so many issues around it, carbon washing is a serious issue that will prevail unless we start having the discussion around it in a more granular way, apart from the main greenwashing discussions. So that is why we propose carbon washing as a new term, but also as a concept behind it, because it's just becoming so important. And again, it is a much more granular term to capture the issue. Thank you very much. I think that was the last slide. If I'm not mistaken, yes, it was. And so thank you very much for your attention and for your time, and looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Kim. Sorry for cutting you short. As usual, you guys have so much to say, and we only have 15 minutes. And we have waiting for us Professor Aparna, who's going to be the discussant for your paper. Later, we will have a few minutes to have some Q&A session where you can maybe clarify or add to this presentation. So Professor Aparna Soni is a professor of economics at the Center of International Trade and Development at the Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. She is also the Vice President of the Indian Society for Ecological Economics. Her research includes analysis of transboundary pollution, market-based instruments, environmental public interest litigations, all in the context of India's environment, goods and services sector and South Asian regionalism. Professor Aparna will discuss Kim's paper, providing interesting views and additional perspectives. Aparna, the floor is yours, and sorry, but we have less than 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I'd be fine with the 6 minutes that you have for me. I have only 6 slides. So may I, without further ado, yes, thank you so much. So Shoemaker et al. Actually give a very comprehensive review of moving from the overall term of greenwashing and to why it is important to kind of redefine and focus on what is carbon washing. And since Kim has actually done an excellent job of highlighting that, what I will bring out is something that he's probably not had much time to give on his paper, which is the scope 3 emissions, which I actually found to be one of the most incredibly important aspects that has to be highlighted. So very quickly, the paper highlights the increasing threat of greenwashing in recent years, especially with the focus on carbon emissions and decarbonization. The authors focus particularly on the weakness in the current state of measurement, reporting, and verification of carbon emissions. And unless this is fixed, we will not be able to check carbon washing. And why is it so important? Because there is increasing amount of capital being tied towards sustainable investment. And along with that, there has been a growth in new carbon-based financial products and portfolios. And since we also look at indices, unless the underlying data which is used in building those indices are correct, we would obviously make incorrect decisions at the macro level and also at the sectoral level in terms of picking the leaders. So given that there is increasing investment in sustainable areas, among firms to gain access to the green pools of capital. And as I said, that can lead to a risk of capital misallocation. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. So the firms are likely to engage in what is more symbolic corporate social responsibility as opposed to substantive CSR. And Shoemaker kind of gives a lot of examples. I particularly like the virtue signaling unsubstantiated ex-ante environmental, social, and governance claims, because that is something that we see not just coming from corporates, but also from government agencies. Inadvertently, though, not necessarily that they would like to do it, but virtue signaling is very, very common. In particular, the focus is on self-reported corporate ESG data, which is largely unregulated, and carbon washing is seen as a byproduct of the current methodological shortcomings and the fact that it has created reputational incentives and the regulatory pressures. So it has moved firms towards taking on this path. So the authors highlight the need to create accessible and transparent and reliable environmental social governance data to curb the carbon washing that we see in corporate world. Next, please. I particularly like the section where the authors discuss the manufacturing sector, which otherwise seemingly has more transparent data. In fact, we work a lot with industry level data, firm level data, and oftentimes in the manufacturing sector, which seems to be otherwise performing well in terms of its disclosure, or for that matter, giving detailed information on input used or intermediate inputs which are coming in, But here too, there is a large risk, and that is the risk of carbon washing happening through scope 3 emissions, essentially emissions which are not in the direct production process of a particular firm or an establishment, but is affecting because through its supply chain. So scope 3 would actually pick up those emissions. And this is, to me, like an incredibly important aspect, because if scope 3 emissions account for, let's say 80%, that's the figure that they quote, of total emissions for most manufacturing companies, then this carbon washing is equivalent to what we term as pollution outsourcing. So if there's a focus on a particular firm to emerge as a green firm or a more environmentally responsible firm, then it could easily just outsource some of the otherwise internal processes that it had for generating its inputs or intermediate resources, and they start actually bringing it in. So if they actually now outsource the more carbon intensive products, then they appear in terms of their direct emissions to be performing much better, but actually they have essentially, so what we typically would call, pollution haven't been created, but it's been created along the supply chain. So this aspect is particularly very disconcerting, because a lot of economic studies which are trying to rank or gauge the environmental performance of firms do not necessarily track the scope 3 emissions. And so one would pick up again market leaders and reward market leaders when they actually don't deserve to be called the market leaders, because they have just outsourced their pollution. So this aspect also gives credence to what earlier in the literature in environmental economics we had called that cradle to grave accounting system, for essentially taking into account what is the carbon footprint of individual products. And economic studies have now moved on from just looking at firm performance towards product firm performances. So which are the firms which are most efficient in producing which line of products? So in that product slicing also, one would need to actually ensure that the scope 3 emissions are not missed out. And so I felt this was an incredibly important aspect, which perhaps didn't come through in Kim's presentation a little while ago because of the time. Next slide, please. I will not talk about the financial sector, which Kim was anyway highlighting a little bit, and just mention that the paper distinguishes 10 forms of carbon washing, 2 ex ante PR related and 8 ex post, and which he already kind of touched upon. I would like to kind of pick on some of them in terms of ex ante decarbonization pledges, immaterial virtue signaling like tree planting, or over-reliance on carbon offsets. Again, carbon offsets are very, very popular, or for that matter, selective reporting, which would otherwise seem very innocuous. And in fact, environmental economists often push for carbon offsets, but it may not be taking place on ground in terms of the way what theory actually thinks of it. And the absence of ex post reliable and meaningful monitoring, reporting, and verification data obviously then ends up creating a problem where firms as well as governments may actually make these otherwise immaterial virtue signaling announcements, but which appears to be kind of very reassuring, but actually isn't. So the case for reliable MRV framework is important for evaluating government policies as well. So although Kim doesn't talk about that, but I felt it is equally applicable to also government agencies, even for the regulator. After all, who regulates the regulator? And we depend on data for that. Next slide, please. This, I think, is my last one. So essentially the paper emphasizes the need to standardize the corporate sustainable reporting framework. And this is also an aspect which was touched upon in the keynote, where I think was talking about how do you compare apples versus oranges? Because if they have not followed the same standards, you really can't compare performances. And so there is need for clear and objective monitoring, reporting, and verification of emissions. There is a need to track financed emissions in the financial institutions rather than just operational emissions. I actually didn't talk about it, but it's laid out very well in the paper. There is need for auditing corporate disclosure to curb carbon washing. And of course, essentially all of this leads to the conclusion that it's very important to generate firm, independent, exogenous ESG data, which is complete and consistent. I just had one question, that while the paper ends on the note that mandatory government kind of guidelines on how to build frameworks would be important, there is also mentioned in the paper how some of these guidelines which might be coming from the government may not have been sufficient. So the question is there a role for environmental NGOs as external agents, or is that the risk of co-opted NGO endorsement that is also mentioned in the paper, is that too large a risk? And I will end with this. The next slide is just saying thank you so much.
Many thanks, Aparna. It has been a very good analysis, and I think that we all agree that MRV are essentially something that keeps being forgotten because it's at the end of the chain. People like making these big announcements and let to somebody else to do the measuring and the monitoring. And after having worked in evaluation for a number of years, I realized that data is a complicated thing, and people don't really don't want to get complicated. They like simple answers, but simple answers are never or very rarely correct. I've been looking at the Q&A session. I think we only have one question from the audience, from Shinran. Not only affirm outsourced pollution, but also some so-called eco-cities, which are just residential town whose most residents commute to elsewhere industry zones for jobs. Not sure about this question. In any case, we have 4 minutes left. I wanted to mention about recent news that we have been reading about Total, the French energy company, has been delivering what they called zero carbon natural gas, which I think it relates a little bit with what you're saying about how you measure the balance between the emissions of LNG and tree planting in some other country, right? That's something that maybe we can discuss a little bit, but we have Dina with her hand raised. Dina, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Tim, I'm very interested. You mentioned one of your last slides about the policies and the voluntary, right? So policy, of course, we all know ETS, carbon tax, but voluntary, actually, I think we don't have any papers covering this voluntary. So could you please explain the kinds of voluntary frameworks?
The voluntary frameworks. So especially at the international level, you have a lot of the most notable one. And I also want to say, like, yeah, at some point, So-Young might jump in because she's literally the one who's like, yeah, driving this entire carbon washing thing at the same time, like, yeah, together, really. So from my perspective, and we described some of those. So what the two main ones that I would see at this moment in terms of carbon would be the CDP and the Science-Based Targets Initiative. They have, and you need to know the Science-Based Targets Initiative is sort of like a joint project by 4 entities, by the CDP, the Carbon Disclosure Project, by the WWF, by the World Resources Institute, and by the United Nations Global Compact. So they all work together. What's the United Nations Environmental Program? It's one of those. But they work together, and they are sort of have become the de facto authority for anyone who wants to make sort of like, yeah, a net zero target announcement. And then they go there and they basically say, we will get it validated by you. So by the Science-Based Targets Initiative, which is basically an organization of 4 NGOs and they sort of like, yeah, have become sort of like, yeah, the guardians, or like, yeah, the gatekeepers of what is considered sufficient, like, yeah, achievement, but also what is considered sufficient MRV. So they are the ones, and since the CDP the Carbon Disclosure Project is an initial component of the Science-Based Targets Initiative, they are sort of also the ones who send out and collect the carbon data and whose methodology is being used to do the carbon accounting. So that is, for me, a large conflict of interest, where a voluntary scheme has sort of like, transformed into a de facto, global system that is now being primarily used to collect almost all corporate carbon data, except for the ones that is under the EU ETS, under some national framework. So, and that is what I mean by a voluntary scheme. That is, from my point of view. So Young, if you have any additional,
Sure thing. Yeah. So, I mean, it's very simple interpretation of like a reporting schemes, like just binary, mandatory, or voluntary. So it's a very broad categories. So for the voluntary, you can simply think about scope 3. I mean, nobody actually gives you any penalties for, not disclosing or disclosing false information. But also you can think about some, like a company informations, like the ones that are, providing on their promoting materials, marketing materials. I mean, those informations are also voluntarily disclosed. And also those, the data firms that who are collecting those, environmental information of the firm, that are also voluntarily disclosed. So I am not saying that those voluntarily disclosure or voluntarily disclosed informations are bad, but the thing is, the current system doesn't have any clear like a standard of collecting simple those kind of like alternative data. I mean, there are some investors who are actually leveraging those data that is supposed to give you additional information about the firm, because yes, there's certainly a limitation of scope 1 and 2 disclosure can provide as information. I think
we can still hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so yes, they are providing very basic information through the mandatory reporting, but certainly the information, the voluntary information can provide. But the problem in the market, I mean, I mentioned about the lack of the standard. The problem of the market is that those data providers are not providing the data with more specific guidance of how you can interpret and use this type of data. So, this is and then, at the end of the day, you don't know how to interpret this data. That means that you are actually growing the rooms that, somebody can game the system. So, we have, I mean, again, this is Aparna's comments too. Yes, there should be some rooms, not only the regulators to do, but some environmental groups and also NGOs can do. But what I'm saying is we should not duplicate what we have done thus far. But I think this is a great moment to think about where we are and where's the a loose point in this carbon data life cycle, and how can we strengthen this system as a whole. So that is the message of the paper.
And absolutely. And just I wanted to quickly go to the question that Professor Soni had at the end of her question, I think, which was around the role of NGOs. And I think you make that comment because we are pretty critical of NGOs in our paper, because we say some NGOs, there's a high risk of being instrumentalized in and actually might even facilitate some of this carbon washing activities. And I think it is a very interesting question. It's one where I do not have a straight up answer, because we need NGOs because they often do uncover things that governments do not necessarily want, or other stakeholders, corporate stakeholders, do not necessarily want to come out. However, there's this relationship where a lot of NGOs have become, especially in the ESG space, have become extremely reliant on corporates using their services. For example, we mentioned in our paper, the CDP and the Science-Based Targets Initiative, they collect fees for their services. And you have entire teams whose sole purpose is it to sort of manage these carbon data systems, but whose size and sometimes expertise and is so inadequate to the challenge that they cannot assure a proper, that the data that they handle is actually reflective of the actual performance of the corporation. So they collect it. They collect a small fee that keeps their activities going, but it might actually in the end do more damage because it sort of legitimizes the data that has been reported. So there's twofold. Yeah.
Misaligned incentives, indeed. I mean, we can see that across the board in many of these organizations, and both private, public, as well as some NGOs. Okay, again, we are short of time. We're going to be moving to the next session, which is country case studies. We've been speaking about research, about academic econometrics and academic research, but we want to see what's happening on the ground. And we have two presenters from Japan and from Indonesia that is going to be speaking about their experience. Our first study is the Japan's case. We have with us Mr. Kota Kanazawa. He's the legal chief in the Climate Change Policy Division of the Ministry of Environment of Japan. He's in charge of monitoring, report, and verification systems of greenhouse gas emissions for companies, as well as decarbonization in corporate management. Today, he will present Japan's mandatory greenhouse gas accounting and reporting system. Mr. Kanazawa-san, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kota Kanazawa, a legal chief in the Climate Change Policy Division in the Ministry of the Environment, Japan. So please feel free to call me Kota. I'd like to thank the ADBI staffs for coordinating this wonderful event and so giving me the opportunity to make presentation on our policy. It is actually my first time to make a presentation in English, so I'm very nervous, but at the same time, very excited. In my presentation, I'd like to present to you the introduction of a policy, a mandatory GHG accounting and reporting system. I hope that this presentation will give you a good insight into how Japan is managing the nationwide disclosure system on corporate GHG emissions through our experiences and contribute to the session. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, and next one. First, as a quick background, I would like to touch upon the recent movements on decarbonization in Japan. As you may all know, Prime Minister Suga declared the net zero target by 2050. Since then, Japan has accelerated its actions towards decarbonization. Climate change countermeasures are now a part of our growth strategy, and it can be said that realizing decarbonized society has become one of the most important policy agendas in Japan. Next slide, please. The private sector in Japan are also making efforts for decarbonization. This slide shows the spread of decarbonization in corporate management worldwide. As you can see, the number of Japanese companies which support TCFD, companies with reduction targets of GHG in line with the Paris Agreement, so-called science-based targets, and companies that are aiming at renewable energy 100% is the largest in the world. Next slide. Oh, thank you. Some companies taking actions towards decarbonization are promoting calculation and reduction of not only scope 1 and 2, but also scope 3. For example, as shown in this slide, some companies with SBD require to the suppliers to set reduction targets and take actions in order to reduce their scope 3 emissions and their entire supply chain. Although these movements are still not very common, the need for each supplier to calculate and disclose its emission is increasing. Next slide, please. Next, I would like to introduce Japan's mandatory GHG accounting and reporting system. This is the main theme of my presentation today. Next slide, please. To put it simply, this system requires some entities in Japan, such as companies and local governments, to calculate their GHG emissions in the previous year and report them to the government. This system was launched in 2006 for the purpose of the following 2 points. First, establishing foundations for voluntary actions by each company to reduce their GHG emissions by having them calculate their GHG emissions on their own. Let's say so that you decided to lose weight. I guess the first thing that you do is to get on the scale to understand your current condition. Recognizing the status quo is always a first step to take further actions. Second, enhancing motivations of the whole nation to reduce GHG emissions, while getting companies to understand their own GHG emissions state in comparison to others, by government disclosing reported GHG emissions data. We think that the fact that data on annual emissions are disclosed can work as a way to pressure companies to promote more efforts for emission reductions. Next slide, please. This slide shows the flow of the system from calculation to publication. First, all entities with over 3,000 tons CO2 equivalent annual emissions have to calculate their previous year's GHG emissions on their own and report them to the ministry in charge. Every year, about 14,000 entities, including companies, local governments, and other organizations, calculate and report their emissions of scope 1 and 2. When they report, information relevant to their GHG emissions, such as reason of increase or decrease of emissions, can also be submitted. Next, each ministry passes the received data to ministries of the environment MOE, and Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry, METI. Then MOE and METI aggregate all data. During the process, MOE and METI can ask a company which seems to have reported false emissions data whether the data is actually correct, and may also ask to resubmit the data. After all the data are set, MOE and METI aggregate and publish them. In the current system, however, emission data of each factory or facility are disclosed only when MOE receives requests for disclosure from citizens, businesses, or others. Next slide, please. Finally, I'd like to introduce the recent revision of this system. Last May, we amended the law and revised the system, which will be enforced from next April. The main points of the revision are as follows. First, digitalization. As of now, we receive majority of the data in paper, and therefore decided to make digital reporting basically mandatory. Digital reports will simplify our work to aggregate data and shorten the period from reporting to publication. As a result, more and more stakeholders, such as investors, local governments, and citizens, will be able to access and utilize the timely published data. Second, open data. As I mentioned, currently emission data by each factory or facility are disclosed only when we receive requests from citizens, business, or others. From now on, with this revision, emission data not only per company, but also per each factory or facility will be published without request. When this system was launched in 2006, it was said that companies with factories and facilities all over Japan usually made adjustments of production among their factories and facilities strategically. So emission data by each factory or facility didn't matter. Recently, however, it is essential for companies to disclose GHG emission data of their all factories and facilities and reduce GHG emissions of each of them. By digitalization and open data, we hope that more and more people, including investors, would come to check the published data, and companies voluntarily try to reduce GHG emissions so that they can get a high evaluation from stakeholders. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks so much, Kota. Has been a very informative presentation. We don't have questions in the panel from the audience. Excellent. Professor Soni has also some questions.
Yes, I wanted to understand that all of this is self-reported. So is there any verification that you have? Do you do random checks of maybe 1% of the establishments just seeing, or do you actually tally it with their energy inputs in order to gauge what the emissions are? Because you mentioned per facility, you would be asking for the data.
Yes, we do not actually have a verification system, and this may also seem to be one of the weakness of this the system. However, we think that we do have a punishment article in the law where whether they did not report the data or whether they consciously reported the false data, they might be punished and fined. However, that article has not been used for ever once, and so there's no verification. However, in the system that the open data system that we are discussing right now, we might also have the checklist whether they have the third-party verification, and they can also report that as their individual, their voluntary reporting in the revision of this system. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Takashi. Thank you, Kota, for your presentation, for the clarifications. Very interesting and great to see that Japan is taking good efforts at length to handle how carbon emissions are
Alfredo, I have one
Yeah,
last
sorry.
question.
Oh, I haven't seen your hand. It's in red there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
just very quickly, we are running out of time again.
It's a very quick question. Are scope 3 emissions mandatory under this system, or what is the accounting system used? Do you use scope 1, scope 2, or scope 3? And is scope 3 mandatory?
So scopes, sorry. Okay. So scope 3 is not mandatory. It's scope 1 and scope 2, and we have listed all the activities that they need to report. So these are the activities that's listed, and if that's out of their scope, they do not have to report the emissions. So these are from the energy derived CO2, the use of fuels, and use of electricity and use of the heat, and that's basically scope 1 and 2, and other gases as well. It's only scope 1 and 2.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all. We are going to be moving to the second country case study of the session. Indonesia. We have with us Ms. Meira Ratnari. She's the Deputy Director of Greenhouse Gas Inventory and Monitoring, Report and Verification at the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. She will present today the case study for the country on how it measures and reports its carbon emissions. Ibu Ratnasari, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ratnasari, but you can call Meira. Unfortunately, our Director General, who supposedly present in this session, has another arrangement today, so I will replace her. At this time, I will presenting regarding Indonesia, the role of transparency, accountability of measuring and reporting of GHG emission. Next slide, please. So as an obligation for the transparency framework under Article 13, especially on reporting, we try to develop a mechanism to conduct reporting at national level and subnational level. Next slide. So in conducting GHG inventory, we develop institutional arrangement for reporting of GHG emission. So we have kind of working group on the GHG inventory that engage many stakeholders within ministry and at subnational level. So we use a two-way approach, top-down approach from district level until province level, and bottom-up approach from national level to subnational level. So we engage not only the ministry, but also university, because they conduct many research on GHG inventory, and also engage the GSO. So in bottom-up approach, we involve the leaders from local leaders, and then also at province level, we engage the local province level government. So they have a working group in each. They have like working group that include energy sector, IPPU, agriculture, forestry, and waste. So they and also supported by university and also local CSO. As for as a national level, we engage in line ministry that related to 5 sectors. Next slides, please. In conducting reporting, we have 2 digital systems. One is ScienceSmart. This is a national GHG inventory system. It's very simple, easy, and accurate. and that helps the local government from district or city to input their data. But if their area allocated in the remote area, so we suggest them to have like a worksheet, and they can send it to us, and then we can input, we can help them to input to the ScienceSmart. Because in some areas in Indonesia, they cannot have internet connection. And the second one is SRN. It is a national registry system that it is a web-based data management system for mitigation, adaptation, joint mitigation, and adaptation, as well as support, financial, and technology. But now it's only can be accessed by the government. But we are now trying to expand so the private sector and CSO could have access to this system. To support this digital system, we release 3 government regulation that oblige the local government and national government to conduct GSG inventory activities. And this data will be verified by national level at national level. But in the future, we hope that every province could conduct verification, but it requires capacity building activities to do so. Next slide, please. ScienceSmart consists of a dashboard, and it has main features, dashboard, menu input, and menu output. So in dashboard, we can see open access to the public regarding the information of emission profile by national sector, province, and regency or cities. And menu of output, CRF, graph, KCA, and worksheet. We also provide information and then manual for the local government how to input and to use the ScienceSmart. Next, please.
Видите различные графики, таблицы и так далее. Архитектура ScienceSmart это
will be conducted by user. Each user has their own password. It means that every district or city they have their own password, and they cannot see other cities or district information. And then also the output only can be seen by themselves in each province, but at national level we can see the general things. Next, please. As for SRN, National Public Registry System, is a web-based management system data for data and information on mitigation, adaptation, joint mitigation, and adaptation, also support for climate change. This system will be used for us for implementing carbon trading, since we are now under process for developing presidential regulation on carbon trading pricing. And then this is used as the backbone for the transparency of climate action and NDC tracking progress to fulfill whatever in the Paris Agreement. Next, please. And I think this is the end of my presentation. As for the COVID-19 GHG emission we have calculated, and there is a significant decrease on transport and in transport and energy sectors, around 38 until 90%, depending on what kind of limitation of social activities level that which is be implemented in that time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Ranasari. We don't have, again, questions from the audience. Maybe some panelists have some questions for her. If not, I will ask the first one to break the ice. I was wondering how the MOEF verifies the data that the different parties, the different stakeholders submit through the online system, and how do you check the accuracy of that data?
So if the data come from the district level or the regency, it will be verified by the province level, at the province level. And then the data from the province level will be verified by national level. And to do that, we conduct meetings every year to check on the accuracy of the data. And then also we have like verification mechanism methodology here.
Right. Is this verification methods, the calculation is being done following international standards, or do you have your own developed system?
We still based on IPCC, and then but it is modified based on our needs and our circumstances.
Okay. We have a question from Dina.
Thank you very much.
To our
Yeah.
presenter.
Very nice to know how Indonesia plans reporting system. I have a question about, do you plan any training and education with companies? Like, will it straightforward for them to report, or training and education them is needed for reporting?
Yes, in the future, we will expand our reporting mechanism to reach a private sector, because it's important, since we will implement the carbon pricing. And then they will have their own access to the system as well. So when we are talking about capacity building, it's still ongoing process. Like every year we conduct capacity building workshop or consultation for each stakeholders.
Very good. So Young-in has also some questions. Dr. Soyang, please.
Thanks, Alfredo. Thank you. I'm really enjoying this, like learning about how Asian countries are, building up this national capacity on carbon emission reporting schemes and so on. So thank you. I'm wondering, I'm curious about knowing if there's any interactions, international interactions that is coming to you on building your, like a domestic capacity on this carbon emissions. Like, for example, like somebody's scope 3 emission can be, like your direct emission, like your mandatory, like a carbon reporting on scope 1 and 2. Can be, can be the quality of the information that, like some other, like a companies, scope 3 emissions and so on. So do you see any, like influence coming from, outside of the country? And, like if there's so, then, like how, this interaction look like, and, how that actually affect your, like a public policy and so on?
Yes, of course, there is influence from another country practice. Like we conduct so many mutual learning not only among Asian countries, but also with developed countries such as Netherlands. We have a project together in determining QR, QC, and then also uncertainty mechanism. Yeah. So it's the process is cannot be stopped at some point. It's ongoing process all the time, and then we learn from many countries. So we just compare which mechanism actually will suit us better.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks a lot. Just a final question, Ibu Ranasari. What is the timing for the emission trading system that Indonesia is planning to implement? And how is this progress going?
Yes, the regulation, the prudential decree actually is still on the process. And then at the other hand, at international level, we haven't concluded yet with the negotiation for Article 6. So hopefully by the end of this year, we can have the regulation issued.
Very good.
Yeah, but there are so many people now approach us, especially private sector, wanting to know how this mechanism is going to be implemented. And also some of them are actually already implemented this carbon trading with Indonesian company. So how can we adjust between after this regulation being issued and then the process that's already there? So it still needs time to do that.
We understand. Yes, it's indeed a difficult process.
Yes, because also there is many questions from other ministry regarding the benefits of the carbon pricing, and then how it will affect Indonesian economy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there are always different parts of government and of business that will benefit and will get hurt by a carbon pricing scheme. But we'll see how it evolves. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thank you for your time, and turn it over to Dina for the next section. Thanks a lot, the speakers, the presenters, the discussants, and everybody. It has been a very interesting session. Thanks a lot.
Dear Alfredo, thank you so much for moderating this excellent session. It was very interesting and we got many questions. So I would like to introduce next session, session number 2, which is by my colleague, Ranjita Mishra. She's project consultant at ADBI. Please.
Thank you, Dina. Can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you very much, Dina, for this introduction. And let's move to our second session of the webinar. The title of the session is Estimation of the Effectiveness of GHG Emission Policies. And as in our earlier session, we have 2 papers in this session, which is the 2 research papers in this session, followed by we have 2 country presentation. For that, we have invited a government from representative of the government of Kazakhstan and Republic of Korea. So let's move to the first paper of this session, which will be presented by Dr. Zana Kapsalyamova. And the title of the paper is Implications of National-Wide Carbon Dioxide Emission Targets, a Computable General Equilibrium Model for Kazakhstan. And Jana is, Dr. Kapsalyamova is an assistant professor of economics at Nazarbayev University, Kazakhstan. And she has previously worked as a deputy director of the Center for Macroeconomic Research and Quantitative Economic Modeling at the Economic Research Institute under the Ministry of National Economy of Kazakhstan. She was a Fulbright visiting scholar at Massachusetts Institute of Technology and postdoctoral research associate at Masdar Institute of Science and Technology in the United States of United Arab Emirates. Thank you, Zana, for presenting your paper, and the floor is yours now. Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear organizers of the conference, dear Dina, Ranjita, colleagues, thank you very much for inviting us to present our paper, our joint paper on the implications of the nationwide carbon dioxide emission targets using a computable general equilibrium model for Kazakhstan. This is a joint paper, as I said, with colleagues from the Economic Research Institute in Kazakhstan, Aydin Bagdalotov, Chingiz Shuneyev, and Dina Ashgalieva from ADBI. Next slide, please. The structure of the presentation is the following. At the beginning, I will discuss the objectives of the study, the motivation behind it. Then I'll briefly outline the literature. Then I'll continue with the methodology and data, results, and some policy recommendations. Next, please. What is the objective of our study? Kazakhstan has ratified Paris Agreement in 2016. And as a result, it announced the national determined contributions by 2030, which are 15 and 25% reductions of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 relative to the base year. To model that, we are using a computable general equilibrium model, which is an economy-wide model to measure the economy-wide effects of the announced targets or using the emission trading scheme. For that, we model 3 scenarios. The first scenario is the business as usual scenario that assumes productivity growth, labor supply growth, world oil prices as exogenously given. This is a recursive dynamic model, so that's why the capital is modeled through the capital accumulation equation. Next scenario is the emission trading scheme. Scenario which includes 2 scenarios, national determined contributions, NDC 15 and NDC 25. These 2 scenarios assume that Kazakhstan will attempt to reach 15 and 25% reduction of CO2 emissions by 2030 relative to the base year. The base year in Kazakhstan is 1990. Okay, next, please. This map is borrowed from the World Bank, and it shows the picture regarding the adoption of the ETS scheme. And as you see, Kazakhstan is marked green as well, as Kazakhstan has adopted the greenhouse gas emission trading scheme. Kazakhstan, if we look at the overall picture, Kazakhstan is one of the largest emitters. Its energy intensity and emission intensity is quite high in Europe and Central Asia. Most of the greenhouse gas emissions come from the energy sector, which accounts for 82% of country's greenhouse gas emissions. CO2 emissions are the highest here, and CO2 emissions account for about 67% of total greenhouse gas emissions. Next, please. Looking at the Kazakhstani emission trading scheme, which was launched in 2013, it went through the following stages. It went through the pilot phase, phase 2, from 2014 to 2015, and now it is in the phase 3 that was launched in 2018. Sectors that are mainly subject to the ETS scheme are the following. They power sector and industry. Gases covered include the CO2 in the phase 1 and other gases after phase 1. Targets that are announced by Kazakhstani emission trading scheme are similar to the INDC. Here, by 2030, the reduction in the CO2 emissions should be, the greenhouse gas emissions should be at 15%. Okay, next, please. Now, if you look at the picture, the dynamics of the greenhouse gas emissions, we can see that the greenhouse gas emissions were the highest in 1990. That's why it has been partially chosen as a base year. And in 1995, the emissions started to collapse. That was mainly due to the collapse of the major industrial activities of industry, of heavy manufacturing. But starting from 2000, the greenhouse gas emissions started to rise. And as you see, they are pretty much close to the 15% reduction that we want to achieve by 2030. That means, although the ambition sounds not, the target sounds not that ambitious, still we need to implement certain policies in order to achieve that INDC target of 15% by 2030. So just to clarify again, the unconditional target 15% should be reached by 2030 relative to 1990. And conditional target of 25% is subject to the fact that if Kazakhstan gets additional climate funds, technologies, etc. Next, please. This graph shows the overview of our major results from the literature review, and it shows that the literature provides controversial results regarding the effects of policies such as carbon tax and ETS on economic growth. In some cases, ETS has been found to have positive effect on real GDP growth rate. In some cases, some studies show that the effects of ETS has been negative. The same applies to the implications of the carbon tax, but most of the time, these two schemes, carbon tax and ETS regime, have a negative effect on the CO2 or greenhouse gas emissions. Next. Okay, let's briefly go through the methodology that is used. The model that is used, we call it KazMod. This is our own model that we developed. The model is a recursive computable general equilibrium model. It's based on the static version of the Lofgren model. This is the IFPRI CG model, standard CG model from 2002. We have extended it by adding dynamic features, by modeling, like I said in the beginning, the productivity growth, changes in the world prices, etc. And the major key equation, dynamic equation, is a capital accumulation equation. We have calibrated our model to social accounting matrix. That's our main database for Kazakhstan for 2013. The social accounting matrix has 27 economic activities. It has 2 factors of production, such as capital and labor, 3 representative agents, such as households, government, the rest of the world, and of course, it has taxes, such as income tax, consumption, export tax. We also mapped our economic activity structure to the national energy balance to get the information about the implications of the policies on the emissions and the energy mix. Next, please. KazMod model, like any CG model, covers transactions between different agents and economic activities. Then a CG model, it has major blocks such as profit maximization conditions, market clearing conditions, and income balance. So according to this model, we assume that all industries, representative agents try to maximize their profits. Households maximize their utility subject to the budget constraint. that markets are clear, so that demand equals to supply, and all income is used for consumption. So income balance equation is there as well. The model is simulated over the horizon 2013, from 2013 to 2030. Of course, while simulating the model, we have taken into account the parameters, the major variables, so that our predictions match with up until to existing data set like 2020, so that the predictions match what was happening in the reality. And this graph shows the flows of goods and factors across different regions, such as households, government, and firms. So schematically, for instance, households gets products and goods and services from the firms. In turn, households provide factors to the firms, such as capital and labor. Firms also provide goods and services to government, and firms pay taxes to the government. Households, in turn, also pay government to the government, the taxes to the government. Okay, next. How does the policy analysis look like in this model? So this blue part of the diagram shows the baseline history. So this is what we are trying to match using the existing data and using our model. Then we implement a baseline forecast, a baseline scenario that is shown here with a green line from 2020 to 2030. And then on top of that, we have simulated policies, such as introduction, such as this is the introduction of the emission trading scheme. And then compare the effects of the policy outcomes with the baseline results. Okay, next, please. Looking at the CO2 emissions. In this model, we mostly focus on the CO2 emissions from the fuel combustion in the energy sector, because this represents the largest emissions. As you can see, if we don't target, if we don't introduce any policies, then CO2 emissions will increase 2 times without the emission trading scheme. So that shows that we definitely need to have policies at hand to reach our INDC targets that are pledged at the Paris Agreement. And if we do that, if we introduce the cap on emissions, so we say that by 2030, Kazakhstan emissions cannot, Kazakhstan CO2 emissions cannot increase, cannot go beyond 85% of 1990 level, then we will see that trend that is shown here in the graph. Okay, next, please. If you look at the primary energy supply by source, in the model, we have identified sectors that are subject to the ETS scheme and that are not subject to the non-ETS scheme. So we call them ETS and non-ETS sectors. ETS sectors include such sectors like coal mining, extraction of crude oil and natural gas, oil refining, ferrous, non-ferrous metallurgy, metals casting, manufacturing of chemicals and mineral products, other manufacturing, and
you have 1 minute.
Okay. So basically, this graph shows how the energy supply would evolve if there is no cap on emissions. As we see, the emissions will grow, and of course, that will most of the emissions, as we see here, comes from the sectors that are subject to the ETS scheme. Next slide. This slide shows the evolution of the energy supply, energy mix, if a cap on emissions is set of 50% relative to the base year. As you see, since this is a cap introduced on the ETS sectors, the coal, which is a major fuel used in the energy sector, will reduce, and this will be replaced by refined oil and natural gas. The use of coal and natural gas and refined oil in non-ETS sectors will continue to grow. Okay, next. If we look at the economy-wide implications, basically at how this caps will affect the economy, we see that this is the two last columns. The major effect will be on the coal extraction. So the coal extraction industry will contract substantially relative to the baseline scenario, while other sectors, such as, for instance, natural gas, will expand. And this is quite intuitive. Natural gas is cleaner fuel, and that's why natural gas will extract more natural gas to use it for energy, for heating and power, generating electricity. Regarding other sectors, they don't decrease their output that much, except for maybe heat and hot water supply and public electricity that are reduced a little bit, but the major impact will be on the extraction of coal sector. That's all from my side. And the last slide, please. Well, as you have seen, the effect of the INDC on the economy of Kazakhstan are not substantial. The major negative effect will be seen in the coal extraction industry. The coal will be replaced by refined oil and natural gas. If you look at the GDP loss figures, GDP loss is not substantial as well. It is less than 1% relative to the BAU, business as usual scenario. And in fact, it is consistent with the literature. That's all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Zana, for your presentation. The paper looks really interesting. So now I would like to invite Professor Turaj Jamaz. He is a professor at Copenhagen School of Energy Infrastructure, Department of Economics, Copenhagen Business School, endowed professor of energy economics, and director for Copenhagen School of Energy Infrastructure. So the floor is yours, Professor Jamaz. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ranjita, and also thanks to Dr. Kapsalyamova for the nice paper and the presentation. Listening to the and watching the presentation, I had answered probably to some of my questions or so, but I'm happy to have this chance to share a few comments that I have on this paper. The way I looked at this paper was from the point of view of a referee for a journal, because I suppose that's the aspiration for a study such as this one. So so look at it from that point of view. Can I have the next slide, please? Well, the presenter mentioned the sort of the main findings and so on, but again, you know, the context is about the CO2 reductions of 15 to 25% in Kazakhstan by 2030. A dynamic CGE model, economy-wide. This is I will come back to this, and then the main policy instrument is through the use of emission caps, and then the findings to keep in mind going forward is the coal output decline by a large extent, 19 to 25% or so, and then an increase for demand for oil. That's also sort of important. I'll come back to it at the end. And the impact on GDP, which in this case is a decline of about 1%, so reported. Can I have the next slide, please? Well, the paper is timely. I have noted recently in the light of the recent debates related to green transition, Green Deal in Europe and elsewhere in the world, that we need more papers of this kind that link the effect of sort of sectoral activities and climate change policies to the macroeconomic performance. So we need modeling, new papers, new research, new types of sort of improved methodologies in order to capture much of the sort of the policy advice that we need going forward. So so the context is very good, timely, and I have also noticed that other scholars are have detected that there is a need for improving the methodologies and also producing more evidence. So so very useful and very well done in that time. The paper itself is generally good, well written, and so some clarifications. I'm not sure if is it draft number 1 or 2 or 3 or so. But if it's a relatively early draft, it's in a rather good shape. The structure is fine. It conforms to a sort of to the standards of a paper such as this one, in terms of the links and the connection between the different parts and so on. So it's generally sort of a healthy and in a good shape kind of paper. Before going forward, I have one short comment on I was puzzled by the word nationwide in the title. I mean, what is that? So I couldn't see what if this is adding something to the substance of the paper. I mean, economy-wide, I would understand. Economic impact, I would understand. But I mean, so nationwide, I mean, this is like, I mean, it sounds as if it wants to take you in a certain direction, but then it doesn't when you look at the paper. It's about economic impact. I'm myself generally in favor of the shortest possible sort of titles. So that's one sort of side comment. Can I have the next slide, please? In terms of I have some major comments and some minor comments. Then there was an interesting mention and also the description of the role of the sort of ETS as the main policy instrument. The question is, can you actually have a very efficient and functioning ETS market in Kazakhstan, depending on the size of this market, on the number of players, and so that is there liquidity enough in this market so that you can have that you can trust the outcomes of this market, or is it imperfect one? Is it or can it be a sort of a stage for exercise of market power and so on? Who are the major players and how many are they? So it is useful for a study of this kind to know the effectiveness and the efficiency of this sort of ETS in producing the right kind of price signals to the rest of the economy and the affected sectors. And then there was an interesting mention that in the paper that I'm just curious about, that you briefly touch upon the issue of the emission reductions policies vary. The impacts vary in high versus low income countries or so. That made me a little bit curious. I would have liked to see a little bit more on that, to see how this happens and where does it sort of fit in the case of sort of analysis of Kazakhstan. And then there's a quote from the paper that's saying that the model doesn't take into account the response of the economic system to the changes in the energy system and interlinkages between the economic sectors. So these, I mean, going forward again, and going back to the need for improving the models and so on, it would be useful to sort of to clear this a little bit, to see if it is a drawback or is it good enough to have a sort of study like this, and or what sort of in terms of what is the next step if you want to develop this one, because those interlinkages between different parts of the economy and the energy sector and the rest of the economy, I mean, those are very important in the coming years and going forward. So a bit of a sort of discussion of that, in terms of how far do you think you have come with this model, and how far can it go in the next stages in this paper or in the coming research? And then there was something I wasn't very sure why the energy outcomes, the effects of the study are mostly presented in terms of primary energy sources. I thought that it makes it a little bit maybe more abstract and slightly harder to communicate the results and so on, especially if you're talking about the an average audience or even policymakers, or we are more used to thinking in terms of secondary energy sources, and it makes sense. It's easier to grasp when results are explained in those terms. My next slide, please. Thank you. And then I missed a little bit more discussion of the policy lessons, having looked at this context. So what do we learn? Because I mean, especially again going back to the ETS, I know it started and then it stopped again for some because of some issues. It wasn't clear what those issues were. So what is it that in terms of policy lessons, we can learn also from those main results in terms of the GDP and oil price and so on? So where does that leave a policymaker in terms of major the main lessons coming out of it, and how can we manage this the process before? So it goes back again to the linkages between the different economic sectors of the economy and the energy sector and the rest of the economy, that is that can be explored and made a little bit more precise. And then the usual question that we always have to ask with a study like this: but what are the distributional impact of achieving, or these impacts that the distributional effects of these impacts that the policy achieves? How does it affect different kind of to what extent different sectors, and also in terms of the social welfare terms? And then there is a slight move in recent years in the policy scene that is not receiving enough attention. That slowly we have moved from economic efficiency promotion in our policy objectives towards setting a specific target and try to reach it. That takes us to cost effectiveness economics in a way. So a model like this can actually be useful to help us explore those the best ways, the least cost ways of achieving a certain target. So this is a slight, but it's still very important shift in terms of policy, how policies are designed and what we expect. But we are in a way we are slightly moving away from just pushing for economic efficiency, but we have a specific socioeconomic and political target to achieve. That has implications for how these models can be made useful for policy purposes. And then I would have liked to see a discussion of that. How ready this model is to be used for actual policy advice? Is it meant to show the first step, or is it ready to be used by actual policymakers? Because I was slightly not alarmed, but curious, because you mentioned to the rest of the literature that the results of this, in the previous, in the available literature is quite different. What they find, it is important to know where these differences come from, because it would be useful for you then to be able to relate your results to other findings and to other studies. But those other studies, if they produce very different results, is it because of the poor data, or differences in the way the data is described and defined and collected and so on? Or is it because of the methodologies, or is it because of the specifications of the models used and so on? We need to know a little bit more than that, because it's not very reassuring to find these large differences in the studies, because it is not very helpful for us to put the next study also in the context either. So it becomes, we're just adding more to the sort of inconclusive results that are out there. So I think time is kind of ripe for those kind of discussions also going forward. And then my final slide is if you sort of you can just am I out of time?
Yeah, no, sorry, we are running out of time.
Am I?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, very good. Then I'm out of time. The minor results are minor. I just also found the role of oil price in this and its relationship to GDP growth. Because again, what are the kind of lessons there? Because if the rest of the world starts following the same kind of sort of policies and instruments, it will have an effect on oil prices, and oil prices will have an effect on GDP in Kazakhstan. So there is likely to be sort of important factors out there that can be more influenced than the carbon sort of policies. But that's also in the nature of models like this. You can when you put one of them in front of you, you get all sorts of other questions. But on the whole, thank you. It's a good contribution, and it's a lot of food for thought in it for also for us who are interested in this kind of work. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Professor Jalmasp. The comment were in very detail. So, Jana, would you like to take up his comment and answer?
Yeah, sure, Professor Jalmasp, thank you very much for detailed comments and for taking your time to study our paper. In fact, yes, we want to send this journal later on when it is in a better shape to a journal. Of course, not at this stage. It's more like a preliminary stage. That's why we are participating in the workshop to collect more comments, feedbacks from such top scholars in this field like yours. Thank you very much. Yes, starting from the comments that you have mentioned, like changing the title. It's totally fine because, yes, we are addressing the economy-wide effects of the introduction of emission caps on the economy of Kazakhstan, and that's why we are happy to change it to economy-wide. So it's very good comment. Thank you so much. Then regarding the ETS, how the ETS is functioning. You are completely right that saying that ETS has not been functioning very well in some countries, and as there is not enough supply, or if there is not enough demand, due to the not enough demand for emission allowances. That's happened in Kazakhstan, and I haven't mentioned that here. After the second stage, the ETS scheme has been stopped, and it has been resumed in 2018. So that shows that it's very hard to start this kind of scheme in countries like ours, where the dependence on coal is high, energy intensity is very high, emission intensity is very high. So, but we are learning from our past experiences, I hope. So in that sense, yes, the market is not perfect, and there were discussions regarding whether we should replace ETS with carbon taxes, or we should. There are also other policies like feed-in tariffs and quantitative instruments, etc., as compared to market-based instruments such as ETS. But our intention was just to see if the market is designed very well, everything works perfect. What will be the implications of that on the economy? In particular, what will be the GDP loss if we implement such instrument in Kazakhstan, and whether it will be effective enough? And as our study shows, the GDP loss is not substantial, of course, but a lot of things should be, maybe further papers should be produced in order to demonstrate how this ETS scheme should be designed so that it functions well, and the carbon price is non-zero, and that has there is a demand and supply. Very good. Regarding your comments on high and low income countries, This comes from the literature review, and as far as I remember, we have found that in high-income countries, since they are more advanced, these markets function much better, so they are more successful in terms of impact of ETS and carbon taxes on the reduction in emissions. While in low-income countries, because there are so many things that need to be addressed, institutional problems as due to some institutional issues, the impact of ETS and carbon taxes are not that positive as it should be. Then you mentioned about the interlinkage. This actually comes from another model, and in that there is a IPCC report, and for IPCC report, some colleagues used the model called TIMES, that is based on the previous like Markov energy model. And that model does not, it's a pure energy model, does not cover interlinkages, it's more like a partial equilibrium model. And in that paragraph, we were referring actually to their model. And but like referring to that model, we wanted to justify the use of our model, because in our model, we actually look at the interlinkages between sectors, as prices is endogenous, and that's why this it affects the whole economy. So we can track the economy-wide implications and these interlinkages between different sectors. Then you have mentioned about primary energy sources, why the focus is on primary energy sources. Of course, we could see if we could communicate it using the other languages you had suggested, secondary energy sources. But the main idea was, I think, what we were thinking is to see how much will be the coal used in the energy mix, whether the coal will reduce substantially, what will be the share of each primary energy source in the total energy demand. So as that's why we were showing the results through the lenses of primary energy source figures. But of course, we can think about whether we can show that using secondary energy sources figures. Then you have mentioned about the policy lessons. Of course, this is a rather first step. We cannot, as any researcher, I cannot say that this is the way how we should go, or this is what we want to do, and I cannot be straightforward in that with the policymakers. But it's rather, you know, like illustrative, more like a research academic paper to show that whether if the system is in place and if it's properly designed, whether we'll have substantial negative effect on the GDP and other economic activities. But if things are not if things are well designed, if markets function well, and studies show the effects on the economic activities will not be so detrimental, and on GDP as well. I think that's what we wanted to, that was our main message. But of course, the study would benefit from looking at other sources of energy, like renewable energy. We have not yet modeled here the renewable energy, the evolution of renewable energy source, but we are planning to do that in our second round of revisions in the next version of the paper. Then you have mentioned about the role of crude oil prices. Yes, actually, crude oil prices play a huge role for economy of Kazakhstan, although its contribution to GDP, like I think 20%. It's the share of exports, oil exports, is about 80%. So when the oil prices dropped in 2015 due to various reasons, and also due to the boom in the renewable energy market in the shale oil in particular, yes. Kazakhstan,
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sure. So the time is out, right?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so
just
much for your presentation. We are running out of time, and we do not have any time to take up any further question. But I think Professor Jarmar's review was in very detail, and the authors have enough input. And Jana, may I ask you to please consider answering this question by typing it in the Q&A session. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let's move on to our next paper. It is by Dr. Avik Sinha, and the title of the paper is Impact of Energy Innovation on Greenhouse Gas Emission, Moderation of Regional Integration and Social Inequality in Asian Economies. Dr. Avik Sinha is Associate Professor at Center for Excellence in Sustainable Development, Goa Institute of Management. He has previously worked with Administrative Staff College, India, and Tata Consultancy Services. So thank you, Dr. Sinha, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Firstly, thank you, Dr. Ranjita, for giving me an opportunity to present in this prestigious conference. So without wasting time, we'll start with the presentation. That today our topic is on the impact of energy innovation on greenhouse gas emissions, moderation of regional integration and social inequality in the Asian economies. Next slide, please. Yeah, so so if we look at the recent Sustainable Development Goals Progress Report, it can be seen that the Asian economies are falling behind compared to the developed counterparts in attaining the SDG objectives, and to be specific, SDG 13, the climate action. The high economic growth trajectory attained by these economies is not found to be environmentally sustainable, as these economies have reported very high level of greenhouse gas emissions, which are even higher than the global average. This rising greenhouse gas emission is proving to be a predicament in attaining the SDG objectives. And if we look at the global energy and the CO2 emission status report 2018 by the International Energy Agency, then you can see that the major reason behind this rising level of emission is the continuous consumption of the fossil fuels. So in order to achieve environmental sustainability, a transformation in the energy consumption pattern is required. And this transformation can be achieved by virtue of the energy innovations. And by another report, the Energy Technology Perspective 2020 report by International Energy Agency, if we just look into that report, it said that the role of energy innovation is being very crucial in countering the environmental degradation issues. So energy innovation can be a relevant policy instrument to achieve the environmental sustainability in the Asian economies. Now, while we are talking about the Asian economies, we are specifically looking at a very huge chunk of the globalized countries. And in these globalized countries, economic integration among them can raise very important concerns for the climate change. Because when the economic integration coupled with the trade liberalization might lead to a sharp increase in the cross-border transactions to trade, investment, and integrated global value chains. So this on one hand has enhanced the overall growth prospects of the participating countries and the regions, and on the other hand has also raised environmental concerns. So this trade-led growth can directly impact the environment through the increased pollution level and natural resource depletion, which can be explained through the very well-established pollution haven hypothesis. And on the other hand, if we look at the Climate Change 2014 report, which was published by IPCC, it has seen that the wealth inequality can also be one of the reasons behind the climate change issues. With the rise in inequality, a social imbalance is created in the economic structure. When the rich section of the society achieves the political leverage by utilizing their wealth power, it results in poor environmental regulation and standards, which further intensifies the negative effect of inequality on carbon emissions. Now, when we consider these two factors present to be in an economy, the energy innovation might suffer the rebound effect. And therefore, it can be assumed that these two factors might moderate the impact of energy innovation on the environmental degradation in the Asian economies. And lastly, we want to say that it might also be possible that the development and deployment of the energy innovation solutions are restricted because of political interventions. High level of political stringency might create an environment of rent-seeking behavior, which also might restrict the diffusion of the energy innovation solutions. So this can be taken as the brief background of this problem. Next slide, please. Yeah, so based on this discussion, it can be said that while energy innovation affects the level of GHG emissions in a region, the increased economic integration and inequality level also have an effect on the GHG emissions, which may strengthen or weaken the impact of innovation on the GHG emissions. So in this present work, we have attempted to analyze the impact of energy innovation on greenhouse gas emission across the Asian countries and how the regional economic integration and social inequality is moderating such an impact. As the Asian economies are yet to make a significant progress in attaining the SDG objectives, and energy innovation is being visualized as a major driver in attaining these objectives, hence a certain policy realignment might be necessary in these nations, so that the energy innovation can reach its full potential in reducing the emission level. This policy realignment might enter the social, political, and the trade aspects of the policy development, and there lies the focus of the present study. And by means of the analysis, we aim at recommending an SDG-oriented policy framework which might help the Asian countries in attaining the objectives of SDG 7, SDG 9, and SDG 13. Now, the contribution of this study lies that while assisting these Asian economies in attaining these objectives, the policy framework will also takes into account the social, political, and trade dimensions, and this consideration makes the policy framework not only robust but also generalizable for the other emerging economies which are also encountering the difficulties in attaining the SDG objectives, and to be specific, SDG 13, and they require some policy realignment. So from the generalizability perspective, the study contributes to the iteration. Can I please go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so here is the model we are looking at, where we are taking the greenhouse gas emission to be dependent on the energy innovation, political constraint, regional integration, international cooperation, and social inequality. In the next slide, we'll just go to the detailed description of the models. So come to the next slide, please. Yeah, so these are the three models we'll be estimating, the model 1, 2, and 3. If you can see, model 1 is the baseline model, where we are just trying to analyze the individual impact of the different policy instruments in our hand. But in the model 2 and model 3, we're trying to introduce the interaction terms by which we will try to capture the moderating impacts of several variables on the energy innovation. And if we look at model 2 and model 3, in model 2 we have gone only one level of interaction, and in model 3 we have gone to two levels of interaction. So can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, now when we just look at the impacts in terms of the elasticity terms, then we can see that when we are looking at the baseline model, only the coefficient of energy innovation is considered. But when you're looking at the second or the third model, we're actually seeing that the very impact of energy innovation might undergo certain changes in presence of the several other factors. And it will be too early to say whether these impacts will be enhancing the impact of energy innovation or weaken it. So that is the objective of the study. Can I go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so the study has been conducted on the 24 Asian countries over 2019, and these are the variables we have used and the different data sources. So I'm not going to read them out, so because it might take some time. So can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, these are the two variables: the political constant, social inequality. Next slide, please. Yeah, here we have for the energy innovation, we have taken the geometric average of the last price from the partial indices, and this has been captured by that how the sectoral energy intensity has been changing over a period of time. So if there is an improvement in the energy efficiency, then we can say that the energy innovation is actually showing its results. So in the case of energy innovation, for the capturing the energy innovation, we have taken the output side indicator, not the input side indicator. So can I please go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so this is the methods we have used apart from the different diagnostics. This is the primary estimation, the second generation diagnostics, and the cross-sectional ARDL model, and the robustness of the model has been checked, the CSDL and the CC methods. So now we will directly go to the results. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the primary result we have. So other than going to this result in this tabular form, let us go to the individual results and the impact of the in the moderating impact of the variables. So can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so let's start from here. So whereas the various Asian countries are currently emphasizing on the renewable energy generation goals through financing, providing subsidies, incentivizing the renewable energy development projects. And a reflection of this particular scenario can be visualized in the coefficient on the energy innovation, which exerts a significant negative impact on the GHG emissions. Therefore, it can be said that the emphasizing on the energy innovation can reduce the GHG emissions substantially in the Asian countries. Actually, that was the starting point where we have started. But now, with the energy innovation, the policy interventions are also required to reduce the GHG emissions, as innovation is enabled by the regulatory environments also. So here the political constraint exerts a positive effect on the GHG emissions. That means a higher capital risk and risk aversion nature of the investors have resulted in the low investment in the cleaner energy projects, and the prevailing pro-growth policy agenda of the policymakers is deteriorating the environment quality in these nations. Therefore, in order to reduce these risks, governments need to play a significant role by subsidizing the research and development by the private entities, or promoting and implementing the carbon regulation, or ensuring the funding opportunities to universities and large-scale projects intended to make this transition path towards the cleaner energy a bit smoother. Now we come to the result of the regional integration. We can see that the regional integration exerts a positive effect on the greenhouse gas emission, both in the short and the long run, implying that the more regional integration between the Asian economies increase the greenhouse gas emission. So because of the continued dependence of the fossil fuel-based solutions, the Asian countries are encountering the problem of energy poverty. And therefore, the technology transfer in these economies is mostly obsolete and traditional, which rely majorly on the fossil fuel sources. This region also possesses the quarter of the global coal reserves, and therefore, the regional integration in these countries among all the Asian countries are most likely to be in the form of traditional energy sources. A recent report by Asian Development Bank itself, it highlights that if the Asian countries cannot change the energy mix and continue to rely on the fossil fuel sources for energy consumption, the carbon dioxide emission in these countries will be doubled to approximately 24 billion tons every year, and that too within 2035, and thereby posing a grave threat to the Asian environment and human health. And now, if we compare this with the literature, we can say that the studies have shown the regional trade integration among the South Asian nations can foster cross-border trade of fossil fuel energy resources rather than the renewable energy. And this will further exacerbate the GHG emissions. And along these lines, the NAFTA has also found to have contributed towards the GHG emissions, both in USA and Mexico. So sometimes the trade agreements between a developing and the developed nations often result in the reallocating of more polluting firms from the developed countries to developing ones. And sometimes this is due to the incompatible environmental regulations. And this can be again traced back to the famous pollution haven hypothesis.
Dr. Sinha, you have 1 minute.
Yeah, so I'm trying to wrap it up first. So anything that the international cooperation, say that according to IPCC, the climate change is a global common problem which can be handled by the international cooperation through the promoting and stimulating financial incentives and the public investment. So international cooperation can have a negative impact on the GHG emissions, and like that in social inequality, in terms of the wealth inequality, can lead to a social imbalance in the economic structure. It can lead to a rise in the GHG emissions. Can you please go to the next slide, please? Yeah, here when we compare the 3 different models, we can see that when we look at the baseline model, the impact of energy innovation is coming to be minus 1.55. But whenever the interactions with the regional integration, political constraint, and social inequality is happening, and based on the first level and the second level, the impact of energy innovation is actually coming down. But whenever we look at the interaction with the international cooperation, we can see the impact of energy innovation is actually going up. So when we can say that in order to gain the more benefit of the full potential of the energy innovation, international cooperation can be more, and while internalizing the negative environmental externalities arising out of the regional integration, political constraint, and the social inequalities. So can I please go to the next slides, please? So here actually we have discussed the different policy level sections. So I don't think I have much of the time. So just that in order to gave a detailed policy implication, I thought that a phase-wise policy schedule will be very much beneficial, because if a country can go for transforming the energy sources overnight, then the growth pattern can have a very huge impact. So we have designed several phases of the policy design. So can I please go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so whenever we look at the phase one, the social inequality as a major problem. So the first step can be looking at the income generation process. And when we talk about the income generation process, we take how the regional integration route can be utilized to create job opportunities and the cross-border movement of skilled and the unskilled laborers. And when this will happen, the certain rise in the living standard can help the economically backward countries, and during that phase they can get a time to improve their domestic capability to innovate. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, but this can be short-term in nature, because continuing the process of the regional integration in the traditional sectors might lead to a rise in the GHG emissions, but the rise in the household income level. Yeah,
I'm sorry, but time is up.
Okay.
Please conclude. Yeah.
Yeah, so actually, and in the next few slides, I will be discussing the different phases of the policy frameworks only. There were actually 4 different phases. So actually this policy part is a little bit longer. So, okay, no problem. You can please conclude it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
So now let's move on to the next presentation. This is a discussion of this paper by Dr. Kim Schumacher. He is a lecturer at School of Environment and Society, Tokyo Institute of Technology. Yeah, Dr. Schumacher, the stage is yours. Yeah.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for your paper. Very intriguing. Yeah, it was a very substantial paper, as you could see from the slides, which unfortunately, in the end, were a bit rushed. So I hope I can still get my point across for the audience. But first of all, thank you very much for the authors, and especially the corresponding author presenting. Next slide, please. So the key points are that I retained based on my background. This article explores how structural issues related to regional integration and social inequality are moderating the beneficial environmental impacts of energy innovations. The authors argue that their study contributes to the establishment of a comprehensive policy framework that allows Asian countries to make more profound progress in achieving energy and climate-related SDGs 7, 9, and 13. Their results, derived from analyzing data from 24 Asian countries, or Asia-based countries, covering a period ranging from 1990 to 2019, show that regional trade integration increases greenhouse gas emissions, whereas more intense policy cooperation and greater social equality reduce them. Next slide, please. The study makes a compelling case for energy innovation as one of the key solutions to reducing fossil fuel-related greenhouse gas emissions, which according to the authors contribute to around 2/3 of global emissions. Their validity, they validly point out that Asia will likely play a central role in reducing global greenhouse gas emissions to limit global warming to 2 degrees centigrade, in line with the SDGs and the Paris Climate Agreement. This makes sense as Asian countries have relatively low historic greenhouse gas contributions and are still low in terms of per capita emissions, but with strong regional economic and population growth, there are no credible global decarbonization pathways without Asia. The literature review portion seems to be a little bit too broad and all over the place. It is hard to identify the elements that render this research an original contribution that adds or expands on the existing body of energy-related innovation studies. Next slide, please. For social inequality, why Palma ratio preferable to Gini coefficient? That was one of the things that I found as one of the questions, or one of the comments I wanted to make. So I want later, if the authors have time to respond to that, that would be great. Then in terms of methodology, so the variables to consider, the authors should consult key environmental policy stringency research and its impact on country level innovation rates, as the policy constraint index does not capture beneficial environmental policy stringency effects in line with the Porter hypothesis adequately enough. See just some papers that I referenced for the authors to look at. But those are quite recent, and they've been widely covered as well by the OECD and by others. So that was just a thing that I wanted to ask, why a policy or stringent policy is more seen as a negative, and why the positive elements of policy stringency do not play into their analysis. Next slide, please. The results and the conclusions and policy implications drawn from them are not robust enough in terms of describing what concrete policy measures should be taken in order to steer regional integration, improve collaboration, and reduce social inequality. It would have been useful to test various independent variables from the policies that the authors list as potential remedies to mitigate energy-related greenhouse gas emissions in Asia. It would have also been interesting to see the country-level policy variations, which would have provided more insights. This would have been a stronger foundation for a comprehensive policy framework. Then next slide, I think, is already the final slide, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So as a conclusion, the research team, the initial conceptualization, and the results present altogether intriguing conclusions around the impact of energy innovation in Asia and how it can be catalyzed in order to achieve greenhouse gas emission reductions that both do not stifle regional development, while at the same time mitigating adverse environmental and climate-related impacts. However, in order to present a comprehensive policy framework, merely establishing a correlation between regional integration, policy collaboration, and social inequalities and greenhouse gas emissions is not sufficient to achieve comprehensiveness. The study might benefit from a more targeted focus, as it is difficult to identify the policy additionality among the often extensive scope of the literature and the final discussion. A stronger emphasis on the concrete contributions of this research in terms of improvements over other frameworks, as well as the prior literature, could render the research ultimately more accessible for law and policymakers as well as regulators. I think that's why I said in the beginning it was sad that they couldn't go through all the slides, because the slides did actually present a better image of the paper itself. The paper, in my opinion, when I was reading it, was a little bit all over the place. And there were some good important bits hidden in a mass of things like fat that could be trimmed. That was my opinion. But yeah, I think that was the last slide. Next slide. I think it was the last. Yes. So thank you again to the authors. And that was just my views and some hints at how to maybe make it how more comprehensive and flow better in that way.
Yes, so actually, Dr. Kim, you have actually given the very good information, because the paper we just presented, that was just the second draft. And even if you ask me that, even I mean, before presenting, when I was just reading just going through the paper just yesterday night, when I was also finding out the several flaws in there. And you see what I did, and I was very much interested in the environmental this is stringency index that you have mentioned. That yes, because that will be given a more focus rather than going for the policy stringency index. And yes, and we have taken the Palmer ratio because we are just trying to look at the wealth inequality. That I mean, what is the ratio between the top 10% and the bottom 40%. So in order to just show that the dispersion, we have taken the Palmer ratio. And yes, and lastly, and one of the extension of the study that we are planning, that to integrate, I mean to segregate the entire data into various levels of income. That's the low income, medium income, and the high income, and how the policy implications might differ for the different levels of the income. And you actually read, so this country level implications, we have to look into it. So thanks. So, and I will be actually very grateful if you can just share the presentation, because I just needed the name of the paper that you have mentioned. So I would like to go through them. So, I mean, if anyone can just share the slides, that will be really great. Yeah.
I think Dina has a question. Dina, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I looked at the independent variables which you included in your regression. So I like that you included sectors, right? There is a differences across sectors because it's important for country differences. Like some country have highly, like extractive industry very heavy. That's nice. But I think what's missing policies, because some countries implemented, let's say, like emission trading scheme, carbon tax. So that affects greenhouse gas emissions too.
Yes.
So I think the policies, some variables could be included.
Okay.
Yeah, like nationally determined, when country signs, let's say, Paris Agreement, commits to national, there are many policies countries implement, right? So while you're watching these country presentations, you can capture some of the initiatives and policies they're taking. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Dina. Thank you.
Professor Sahni, please go ahead with your question.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Professor Sinha, for that excellent presentation, though rushed. I was actually quite intrigued by the result that you were talking about, that integration actually is leading to a higher level of GHG emissions. And while I kind of heard you through the explanations that you were giving, and I was not very clear as to what is driving, what is the channel that is actually driving the increasing emissions. So if you were to consider what are the typical environmental impact of trade or greater integration, you could either have it through a just general scale effect. So scale effect will always be positive on the emissions. You mentioned the pollution heaven hypothesis, which would mean that you have a compositional impact of trade. Is that what you see in these Asian countries?
No,
or just last the other part is that, typically one would believe that when you have greater integration with globalization, you would be open to, the transfusion of technology. But of course, this whole issue that your question is about whether there is indeed innovation or not. So again, that channel itself, which you're trying to capture through the interactive terms. So I'm not sure I could see what is offsetting, which effect is dominating and what is offsetting in your kind of result that you had. So I think that, and final thing, how did you measure integration, economic integration across the countries?
Yeah, so the regional integration data, that we have taken directly from the Asian Development Bank website. And the regional integration, let me tell you, the regional integration has been set the trade share of each Asian economy with the whole of Asia. And that is from the Asia Regional Integration Center of the Asian Development Bank. So that we have taken as a proxy of the regional integration. And secondly, that when we are talking about the regional integration within the Asia itself, then you can see that we have taken two variables. One is the international cooperation and one is the regional integration. So when the Asian countries are trading among themselves, then perhaps the more of the scale effect is coming into picture. But when the international cooperation is coming into play, perhaps the composition and the technique effects are coming to play. So that is why when we just look into, if you just look at simply the portion of hypothesis, if you take the scale effect, composition, and the technique effects, but the scale effect will be exerted by the regional integration itself, where the scale and the composition, the technique effects will be exerted by the international cooperation. So the offsetting is there. The offsetting of the regional integration can be with the international cooperation.
So perhaps in your explanation, if you were to distill out these effects, I think that will also refer back to what Kim was trying to kind of say, that if there is otherwise, everything gets jumbled up, it doesn't come through.
Yes,
and I think that would actually add value if you're actually tracking.
Yes.
I'm still not convinced about your integration variable because it seems to be a share of what is the regional trade is, as opposed to the degree of openness that you would have, or the standard. And also if you have a control for the trading regime in the countries, because in your 30-year period, a lot of regimes would have changed in itself. Yes. So one expects that the scale effect will be much higher. So I think in order to kind of just push that point. Otherwise, it seems that integration is bad for the environment, and somehow that technique effect gets kind of pushed towards the back. So closing doors may not be the answer to improving emissions, right? So
I have a question, a follow-up question to that. Do you think it is even possible to reliably measure the effect of integration on greenhouse gas emissions? Because how would we control for the effect? Because we are not able to look at a non-NAFTA greenhouse gas increase, because we do not know what would have been the greenhouse gas emissions would NAFTA not have existed. So is there even a possibility to make a reliable assumption around how would the greenhouse gas emissions have evolved in the absence of NAFTA or in the absence of the European Union or something like that? And I just wonder what your opinion, what your take is on that, because you have looked at the data more granularly than I did. But I just wonder, is there even a way to control or to make even assumptions of what it would have been without integration? Because they might have been high. I do not know, but I just wonder what your take is on this and what you found in your research.
Yeah, so that is one of the identification issues we have is the data. And because the thing is that whenever we deal with the emissions data, one of the major problems that we face, that how can we be so sure that the emission has been arising out of this particular activity only? And one of the major problem with the estimation, with the emission data, is that how do you know that this emission has been arising in your own country only? And let's say if a country is very much landlocked, and then the emissions from the other countries can also, let's say if we take for example India and Bangladesh, these are two countries. So if we look at the emission level in the border regions, we cannot actually say where the emission is coming out of India or from Bangladesh directly. So those kind of identification issues will be there. And that is actually, I think that is one of the major problem with almost the majority of the papers in the environmental economics. And even when the Grossman and Kruger came up with the EKC hypothesis framework, that was the same. This was also the same problem he has also, they have faced.
Thank you. Because it seems to me like such a crucial limitation, because just the available data that we have, because we can never really simulate a scenario without integration. We can just say, the countries that did not integrate, what were their emissions? But usually, since it's tied to economic development, and we could only see a country that isolated but had a similar economic growth, that would be a relatively strong control variable to see whether or not did their emissions, they had the same GDP growth, but did their emissions not increase that much? So what was the role of integration? So that is probably the only way. So I wondered if you found such a data set, but you kind of already gave the answer. So yeah, I just wanted to hear your perspective.
So basically, we're saying that to find out the structurally similar countries, where the countries are structurally similar, and based on that, we can have a control over the emission.
I think so. So if you can identify countries of a similar size and economic output, who are not in any regional or significantly integrated structure like ASEAN or Mercosur or NAFTA or whatever, and then you compare those to each other, then that would probably, or those who have only very low levels of integration. So for example, who have only very loosely integrated but no strong economic integration. That, I think, if you can compare that data and you find some indications that it actually does, the growth rates were quite similar, but again, it's very hard to come around that data, because usually integration, as you showed, and which prior studies have shown, integration usually leads to a more like substantial economic output. So it's hard to get that data set to really like So
I personally believe that finding a counterfactual for a country would be difficult, given that we'll have other limitations, like cultural, those kind of stuff. It's really difficult, but the suggestions were very interesting. I hope it is very useful for you, Dr. Sinha, and we'll look forward to you to incorporate all those comments in your paper, and we would like to see the improved version of the paper. So thank you for the very interactive session. Let's move on to our country presentation, and for this we have the first presentation is by Zulfia Suleymanova. We have invited her, and she will be presenting a case study from Kazakhstan. She is a member of parliament in Majlis of Parliament of Kazakhstan, and she's also in a committee on foreign affairs, defense and security. Previously, she has worked as a deputy director of climate policy and green technology, Department of Ministry of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources of Kazakhstan with United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, United Nations Development Office in Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan's Institute for Strategic Studies. So we look forward to hearing to her. The floor is yours, Zulfia. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and greetings everyone. I decided to do my presentation today outdoors, so you can see if there is noise, apologies. So as mentioned, indeed, last year I was working for the Ministry of Ecology, Geology, and Natural Resources, and I was very closely working with basically formulating climate policy of Kazakhstan, because that was my main job. Starting from January of this year, I became a member of parliament. My committees deals more with foreign affairs, defense and security. However, we are actually seeing that climate policy is becoming one of the major issues in international agenda. So this is definitely a topic that we are trying to really see. And as a parliament, as legislators, we are looking at how we also can become an important stakeholder, and how can we contribute into really promoting the climate agenda in our country. So I would like to start my presentation with one quote. It says, "In this challenging context, on behalf of all Kazakh citizens, I wish today to reaffirm our strong commitment to fighting climate change and our intent as a nation and government to take increasingly bold targeted action under the Paris Agreement. In that spirit, we pledge to reach carbon neutrality by 2060. This was basically the words of our president, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, at Climate Ambition Summit in December 2020. This is basically, it was, I think, for many of our stakeholders and partners, it was quite surprising, but this is the time when Kazakhstan decided to pledge and to really take this ambition of reaching the carbon neutrality by 2060. So what is the current state of carbon emissions in Kazakhstan? And in 2018, national carbon emissions were basically 402 million tons of CO2 equivalent. If we actually look at the data, that is, under Paris Agreement, we took a commitment to reduce our emissions by 15% by 2030 of 1990 level. And we actually see that in 2018, the emissions actually exceeded our baseline 1990 years emissions, which is not a very good trend. And if there are no actions taken, then the emissions are projected to increase by to reach 435.2 million tons of CO2 equivalent. And that actually, this green line shows our basically commitment under Paris Agreement, 328.4 million tons. This is the level that we need to reach by 2030. This is our unconditional target. Unfortunately, according to the global Carbon Atlas, out of 221 countries, Kazakhstan was ranked 21st in terms of emissions volumes, 10th in terms of carbon emissions per capita, and 4th in carbon intensity of GDP. Kazakhstan has inherited a very carbon intensive economy. We heavily rely on thermal power plants, which were built in 1950s and 60s, and they are still in operation. So what is the structure of national carbon emissions? As was mentioned earlier by one of the presenters, 63% of all emissions of Kazakhstan come from energy sector in IPCC classification that excludes the LULUCF sector. And there's also a very high reliance on fossil fuel combustion. So if we actually look at the data, this graph actually breaks down, it is based on national inventory that is kind of calculated based on IPCC guidelines, but we decided to a little bit change the way how we are presenting this information, since so that we better understand what is the contribution of electricity, for example, and industry. And we see that we have 3 major sectors which contribute the most. That is electricity and heat generation, about 27%, about 30% are the industry, and then we have increasing other sector that includes everything that is not covered within this, the rest 5 sectors. And we also see that the energy, electricity, and heat generation is also gradually increasing. So we do understand that Kazakhstan's economy heavily relies especially on burning coal, and one of the things which is often mentioned in the debates, in discussions, is that coal is quite cheap, so its price is something that makes it so attractive. However, there are significant externalities unaccounted for. For example, if we're taking the price, the coal-fired power plants, the average marginal price on coal-fired electricity generation in Kazakhstan in 2020 was 2.18 cents per kilowatt hour. Comparing to that, the average auction price of renewable energy in Kazakhstan in 2020 was 3.85 cents per kilowatt hour. However, if we are including the additional expenses on healthcare from generation of 1 kilowatt hour of electricity from burning coal, which are estimated at 5 to 18 cents according to the studies conducted by European Environmental Agency, World Coal Association, and IRENA, then we actually see that the price of coal is much higher. So that makes about 7 to 20 cents per kilowatt hour. And this is something that is very often left unaccounted for, and that is the reason why it's called externality. So what is the current climate policy and regulations in Kazakhstan? The climate issues are regulated by the environmental code. We have a new environmental code which was adopted in January 2021 and is in force starting from 1st July 2021. So there are chapters which cover both climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation. We didn't have adaptation in our legislation before, but this time we actually included a separate chapter on that. So there are several things which I would like to mention. First thing is for our NDC's national determined contribution, the 15% reduction that we have articulated in NDC, we actually made it, we actually included it into our environmental code, and it actually says that Kazakhstan will have to reduce its carbon emissions at least by 15% by 2030 compared to the 1990 level. So that actually makes it legally binding for Kazakhstan. Secondly, this is also an innovation. We are going to have a carbon budget, which means that carbon budget is the maximum permissible volume of CO2 emissions. We did have the cap within the ETS system, but we didn't have the carbon budget for an entire economy. Now we are going to have it, and the carbon budget is going to be developed taking into account our obligation, our commitments under Paris Agreement, as well as it's going to be shrinking every year by at least 1.5% of the previous year, of the carbon budget of previous year. That is the mechanism that will hopefully allow us to stay on track with our commitments under Paris Agreement. And the third one, of course, the GHG regulation is going to be implemented through ETS system that we already have through carbon offsets and carbon markets. Here, I'd like to stop very shortly on Kazakh emissions trading system. Previously, one of the paper was actually looking at the ETS system. So it was launched in 2013, and we actually used the historical method of quota allocation at that time. The first phase was 2013. It was the first national allocation plan. It was more about basically probing the system and seeing, basically kind of suing the idea in the business sector that we should be regulating carbon emissions. In 2014 and 15, we had second allocation plan and was still following the historical method. And quite honestly speaking, these two national allocation plans, they did not really lead to any significant carbon emissions reductions. But the major idea was basically to start the system and not necessarily to significantly reduce the emissions. In 2016 and 17, it was temporarily suspended because we realized that there are still areas that need to be improved. We also realized that the historical method is not the best method to follow, that we probably need to introduce the benchmarking system. And for benchmarks, we need to calculate the benchmarks before we actually can introduce. So 2016 and 17 were used to calculate those. In 2018 until 2020, we had a third national allocation plan, and this time we actually used the mixed method of quota allocation. That was the historical method and benchmarking system. But we actually in 2020 we noticed that actually this using the mixed method creates certain market distortions, and it doesn't really, I mean, it's not the best system. It is not the best system. So in 2021, we decided to fully transition to a benchmarking system. The ETS system covers 225 installations of 129 legal entities, and it covers approximately 46% of all emissions. And there are several sectors, just including like electricity generation, oil and gas, mining, metallurgy, chemical and manufacturing sectors are covered. One of the important sectors, yes?
Yeah, we are running out of time. Yes, yeah, please wrap up.
Okay, so yeah, so we are developing also the emissions development strategy. I will not be stopping on that, but I actually wanted to mention a few things for discussion. I think there are several things which several lessons which I can draw, and I think I can recommend probably to other states. First of all, the greater climate mainstreaming in different sectors is required. Secondly, we are seeing different global trends towards greater regulation of carbon emissions. And in this policy, what is really important to do is not to forget the needs of developing and less developed states. So there is no one size fits all, and I hope that when we are really discussing climate regulation, these kind of things are taken into consideration. We do need to deal with just transition challenges, and in developing and less developed countries, these are going to be the most, I think, profound, especially profound. For example, in Kazakhstan, while we do understand that we need to phase out coal because this is the major contributor to climate change and to our emissions, we also understand that we would need to transfer about 27,000 persons to other sectors, which means that we need to create those sectors and retrain those people, which is not always an easy thing. And also the climate change adaptation is vital. Today, we were not really talking about we were mainly talking about the mitigation aspects, and I didn't really hear much about adaptation, but that is really, really vital. This year, Kazakhstan is facing a very difficult year because we are having an extreme drought. The yields have decreased by 3 times. That is from like lucerne, fodder, and other things, and that's really hitting the most vulnerable population. And I think we really need to start talking about climate change adaptation more. I will stop here. If there are any questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you.
Do we have a question? Okay, so meanwhile, I'll have a question. I'm very much interested in Kazakhstan. I have a couple of paper on that country. So I would like to hear more about renewable energy opportunities, mostly about wind energy, and how, what are the, I mean, in view of COVID-19, what are the short-term and the long-term program of government of Kazakhstan related to wind energy or any renewable energy in general?
Thank you. We actually we have a special law on renewable energy. But when originally, when we were starting with the renewable energy, we had a feed-in tariff introduced. Now we actually auction. So what we are seeing is that renewable energy's price is going down and it's becoming much more competitive. This year, I know that we had the goal to reach 3% of renewable energy by 2020, which was fulfilled. And by 2030, we had the goal of reaching 10% of renewable energy. Now it's being revisited to at least 15% by 2030, I think, which is realistic. Also, when speaking about if I can link the renewable energy with the carbon emission reduction, we actually consider the renewable energy projects as offset projects. And some of the companies in the previous period for 2018-20, they were actually doing like solar panels and also the wind energy, and they were submitting them as offset project and receiving additional quotas for those offset projects. So I mean, I think there are enough incentives, and what we are seeing is that it's becoming much more attractive. So I don't really know in-depth information about renewable energy because I didn't really work on that, because we have a separate department within Ministry of Energy which works on renewable energy, and I think, I mean, probably they would be much more skilled to give more details, but this is just kind of overview if I can provide.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are already running out of time, but Professor Sani, if you can ask your question quickly, I would appreciate that.
Yes, a very quick question. I noticed that you mentioned in 2021, you moved from grandfathering of emissions licenses towards benchmarking. And in fact, the only reason one would have had grandfathering is for political acceptability, especially from the industries and incumbent firms. So how easy was it to move from one regime into the other with giving only 1 year gap of where you had a mixed system? Yeah.
Thank you. Actually, originally, this is a good question. Indeed, companies, especially those who were using historical methods, were not necessarily very happy about this benchmarking system. But we originally were thinking that we will move to benchmarking methods starting from 2018. So at that time, when we were consulting with the companies, some of the companies, they were very strongly opposing that method, because for them, the historical method was much more preferable. And for some companies who were planning to expand their production, they were more preferring benchmarking method. So we decided to, I mean, following what the companies were saying, I mean, we decided to give them more time to adjust. That is 3 years. So we decided to go with the mixed method. And what happened in 2020 is that indeed we had lots of market distortions. The companies who received their quotas following this grandfathering historical method, they had more quotas than they actually needed. And those companies who were following the benchmarking method, they needed more quotas than they actually had. And we didn't have we didn't have in our reserve more quotas. So basically it was kind of the discrimination by one companies by other companies. So this year we decided, and we started that discussion in last year when we were discussing these problems with the companies, and we said that starting from 2021 we're going to move to benchmarking method, because to not discriminate any companies, and we said that 2018-2020 were already enough time for companies to adjust. There are still companies who are not necessarily very happy about this method, but I mean, everyone has already seen what are the consequences of having this mixed method. So I think now it's more kind of, it is much easier, because we're explaining this to companies who are not having enough. We're saying, go and talk to companies who have extra. So it is not our fault. But also there is another thing with benchmarks. At the moment we have kind of, the benchmarks are calculated based on the emissions which are emitted So we basically divide the total emissions to total produced to total products, and then we actually get how much emissions we have per one product. That is also problematic because especially for cement industry, we have different production cycles, and different methods of production might have different emissions. So why we are having the national allocation plan for 1 year for 2021 only for this year is because this year we were planning to recalculate the benchmark so that to really discriminate between different methods of production, to not discriminate the companies who are, for example, I mean, especially in cement industry and some other industries, because we were receiving lots of requests to actually revise the benchmarks. But yeah, so and this work is underway, and hopefully by the end of this year, it will be finishing, and we would be able to have the national allocation plan for 5 years as we were expecting earlier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you allow me a quick question?
Yes, please go ahead.
Zulfia, what do you think about voluntary policies? We just heard presentation by Japan, they planning, but I know in Japan, many voluntary policies actually work. So what do you think about Kazakhstan? Yeah. Is it useful? Do they consider or cannot be?
Well, I mean, I think it really depends. I think the voluntary policies were mentioned in Japan in respect to the carbon reporting. We do have the carbon reporting as part of our ETS system, and we do have the verification of reports. So we have certain system. It's not perfect. It needs to be improved still, but it is already working. For others, I think so basically we kind of cover most major emitters. So at the moment it is not, I mean, they are mainly covered, but what we are seeing at the moment that it still needs to be confirmed, but we were seeing that last year as a trend, we had a sense that we have a carbon leaking from the sectors which are covered by ETS to the sectors which are not covered by the ETS. So that was the reason why we actually started the discussion of whether we need additional carbon tax to regulate the sectors which are not covered by the ETS. So to basically kind of combine ETS and carbon taxes. This is still kind of, I mean, in progress. Discussions are still in progress. We have working groups on high level, and they need to discuss and they need to really come up with certain decision. But I think this is the discussion that we need to have for sure. As for another thing for voluntary, in new environmental code, we actually introduced the green taxonomy, which means that the companies, for example, the private sector, small and medium enterprises who are implementing certain green and carbon, let's say carbon friendly projects, they can actually receive additional funding. So that might be one of the instruments to incentivize more kind of reporting and movement towards carbon neutrality and towards becoming more friendly with emissions. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Zulfia, for your presentation. So let's move on to our next country presentation. So we have invited Professor Seyoung-Jik Yu. He's a professor from Graduate School of TESOL International Studies, Sumyug Women's University, and he will be presenting the case of Republic of Korea. So Professor Yu, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. And this is Seung-Jik Yu from Republic of Korea. And it is my great honor to have this opportunity to make presentation on greenhouse gas emission reduction efforts in Korea. So can I see the slide? Yeah. Okay. Can I control the screen by myself?
Professor, you can ask us to move the slides. You can
Oh.
ask, we'll move the slides.
Okay, I'll do that. I request the control. Yeah, okay, great, thank you. And okay, how can I do that? Oh. Okay. And today's presentation will cover 3 topics. One is which I will do is to introduce the historical event of the setting national greenhouse gas emission reduction in Korea, and then I will introduce the emission trading scheme in Korea, and finally I will mention about the task which the Korea face to meet the national target. First, in Korea, we started to set the national target in 2009, in which we set the national target for 2020. Then the Korean government introduced the emission trading scheme in 2015, and also in 2015, we set the national greenhouse gas emission reduction target for 2030. And with the new government arrives, we divide the national greenhouse gas emission reduction target for 2030 in 2017. And we declare the carbon neutrality by 2050 in the end of 2020. That's the brief history of the national greenhouse gas emission reduction target in the short run and in the long run in Korea. And when we set the national greenhouse gas emission reduction target, we did very extensive work to set the national target. This is the example which we did. We did more than 1,000 emission reduction technology and policies, and for each technology and policy, we calculate the emission reduction cost and the potential of the emission reduction amount. Then we ordered from the lowest to the highest cost one, and the government decide to the cost, which cost the government will accept. Then, for example, when we set the let's say $100 to reduce the emission of the greenhouse gas, then we will set the national target with this amount of emission reduction potentials. So by doing that one, in 2009, we set an emission reduction target of 30% from the greenhouse gas emission projections on the business as usual in 2020, and for the 2030, we set the emission reduction of 37% from the emission projections on the business as usual. And this is the detail of the emission reduction pathway from 2018 through to 2030. For every 3 years, we set the maximum amount of the emission nationwide in each period. So when we successfully accomplish the emission reduction target, the emission in Korea will be around 574 million tons. And between the difference between 574 and 536 will be covered with the sink and the transfer of the international emission reduction credit from other countries. And for each sector, we set the emission reduction targets, sector by sector and industry by industry. And next, I will go over the emission trading scheme in Korea. And as I mentioned, mentioned the emission trading scheme was introduced in 2015, but before we started the emission trading system or scheme in 2015, we already introduced the target management scheme, which was introduced in 2012. The difference between the emission trading scheme and the target management system is whether we allow the trade of the allowance among the entities, but in the target management scheme, we are not allowed, the entities are not allowed to trade the allowance. But because we introduced the target management scheme, we have the opportunity to collect the detailed information of the emission entity by entity or the installation by installations. So we use those information to set the emission reduction target and to decide the amount of allowance for each entities in when we introduced the emission trading scheme starting from 2015. And this is some special feature of the Korean emission trading system. The coverage of the emission under ETS is about 70% compared to the national greenhouse gas emission. And we all in Korean emission trading scheme, the 6 greenhouse gases are covered, and also we allocate the allowance for the direct and indirect emissions. And we also introduced the quality of the data or emission data is very important. So we introduced the verification by the third-party auditors, and also each entity is responsible for submission of the monitoring plan and reporting of the annual emission year by year. And the main method of allocation is grandfathering, and we gradually increase the share of the allocation by the benchmark method. And relatively, we have a lower share of allocation by auction in Korea. And there have been the steady increase in the price of the allowance in the market, and it went up to $40 per ton of the CO2 equivalent. And because of the COVID-19, it dropped to $15, but now currently it is about between the 25 through to $30 per ton of the CO2.
Professor, you
Yeah?
would appreciate if you wrap up.
Okay, I'll do that one. Okay. And okay. And the task which and also the Korean government announced carbon neutrality by 2050 in 2020. But the task which we have in Korea is very burdensome one, because we have to, even if we meet the national target by 2030, we have to decrease the emission annually for about 10%. And the main task which we have is to pass through the carbon cost to the electricity prices, because we have very low rate of the pass-through of the carbon cost to the electricity. So it is the first thing the government need to address. And also, we are in the middle of the setting the more stringent target for the 2030. When we set the new emission reduction target this year for 2030, we will need to adjust the emission, the allowance of the emission corresponding to the national target, which will meet the significant opposition from the industrial sectors. That's what we need to solve. And what we experience through the emission reduction policy in Korea is that first, it is very important to have the consistency in the national policy, and also the data quality is very important. Also, in order to fully implement national emission reduction target, we need to pay additional focus on the non-ETS sectors, which will be covered by the emission tax, carbon tax. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Yu. We do not have any question until now. So meanwhile, I can have a question. What are I would like to know the same question, like what are the renewable energy policies in South Korea about COVID-19, related to COVID-19 in short term and in long term, and how do you define this short term and long term in your perspective?
Yeah. We do not have any change of the renewable policy in Korea due to the COVID-19, but the national target for the share of the renewable in power generation is 20% further by 2030, and we do not have the detailed information for the 2040, but usually what we have is that the maximum potential of introducing the renewable in power generation is about 60%. But that's the policy which we have at this moment. Yeah.
Yes, Professor San, please.
Yes, that was a very nice, very brief, very quick presentation. Thank you so much. I was actually curious because as I was watching the graph that you had for the permit prices, it shows that it's consistently been increasing, which would represent a very robust emission trading system. So are your permits, you said that you allow for banking also. So what is the life of a permit? It's more than a year. It's like a finite number of years, or how does that work?
For the banking, because when we first introduced the emission trading scheme, the government is worried about the low volume of trade. Originally, it was designed to give no restriction for the banking. So once the government realized there was a very low level of the trade, the government introduced the restriction on the volume of the banking. We have no limitation for the borrowing, but with the government imposed certain amount of the ratio, which will be determined by the number of the transaction for each entity did during the period. So basically, currently we have the year-by-year restriction on banking.
Is there time for one other question?
Yeah, please.
Okay, I noticed that you said that you had also started the emission trading system in 2015, and in 2012 you had the target management system so that you could actually track the establishments better. It's also around the time when the EU ETS was essentially collapsing and the prices had dropped to zero, and they figured what went wrong. So did you actually have a lot of learning from that experience?
Yes, sort of, but what the one special characteristic of the Korean ETS is that it never experienced the price collapse. So, but when I first designed the Korean ETS, my personal estimate of the price for the permit is about $20, but it actually realized in the first the planning period. So currently, so far we did not have any significant drop or fluctuation of the price, carbon price, except the impact of the COVID-19. Yeah. That's what we have. Yeah.
Okay. So essentially, your supply was very well controlled because of the data that you had from the target monitoring management system.
Yeah.
I'll be very keen to read some of the work on this.
Yeah, because what we have the data for the each entity level is that we have the data from the 2007. So that's the reason why we have a relatively very robust system in the Korean ETS. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wu, and thank you, Professor Aparna ma'am, for this informative session. And so we would like to invite you for another group photo. So I would ask you, all of you, to please switch on your camera, and then over to you, Dina. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ranjita, for chairing this session. Yeah, and thank you everyone, all the speakers and all organizing teams. Official closing will be provided by Peter Morgan on day 3. So not yet. This is not the closing. We'll see you tomorrow. Just reminder. Please join us all 3 days, same time, same link. Please put your camera on, all speakers. I heard some people missed the photo session, so let's have another group photo. So while we're waiting, I'll just say that we had 2 pollings for 2 sessions. I'm very thankful for your replies, and I hope you can see all the results of the polling sessions. Yeah, it's very interesting. Usually when we do polling, there is like one answer, like most people answering, but for emission, looks like they just spread. There is no like one champion answer. Like all of them quite spread, you can see. Okay, if we are ready for group photo. Okay, let's put smile. Жаночка, your face not visible. It's because light is behind you. Maybe you can turn your computer. I'm very glad to see so many ladies. That's a very nice photo when we have gender diversity and country diversity, and when Asian faces, yeah, always diverse, and so many ladies. Thank you so much. Yeah, okay, let's take a photo. 1, 2, 3, smile. I took 1 photo.
1, 2. And we have more. Yeah. Ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, many thanks everyone. So hope to see you tomorrow. By the
Thank
way,
you.
attendance today was amazing, over 100. So hopefully tomorrow it will be the same.